Yeah, testing 1, 2, 3. Public Conference 59, Limited Income Mechanisms for Utility Customers. Um, this is a topic that's actually very important to all of us sitting up here, even though it's taken us a while to get this docket going. And I want to acknowledge some of the folks that have helped bring this about. It came about primarily from the actions of current treasurer and former member of the House of Delegates, Derek Davis, who passed a bill while he was still chair of the Economic Matters Committee to authorize the Public Service Commission to examine these types of proposals. And it's been on our plate to examine for a while, but we were distracted last year by a number of rate proceedings, and but we're now getting to an examination of ideas and mechanisms to try to deal with the energy burden that low-income customers have. And Commissioner Sushman was integral in formulating the process internally within the commission to get this proceeding rolling. So we're glad to have all of you here today, and we want to hear all the ideas you have to help us help Maryland residents address the problems they have with paying for energy services along with all the other expenses in their life. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Foxworth to call our first panelists.
All right, good afternoon. Our first panel will be comprised of Maryland Energy Advocates Coalition, the Cancer Support Foundation, as well as the National Consumer Law Center. So please come on up.
Yeah, you can just come up to the table here and speak in the. And I would ask each of you for the court reporter to just spell your names so that we get an accurate record. Right.
Good afternoon, Chair Hoover and members of the Commission. My name is Paula Carmody. I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Energy Advocates Coalition. I'm a former People's Counsel. I do want to note that while I'm an attorney, I'm not an attorney for the coalition. I'm here as a volunteer member. My last name is spelled C-A-R-M-O-D-Y. So with that, we're here to address panel one. I'll address generally the energy burden question. Cindy Carter, to my right, will focus on seniors and related medical issues, and Olivia Wine will focus on basically the recent legislative and other initiatives that have brought us this moment of opportunity to address affordability within the context of the climate transition. So also just wanted to refer you to our initial and reply comments. They're fairly extensive, and so this will just be a very 3 to 4 minute shorthand on with regard to that. And the points that I'm going to focus on, really, well, obviously, is the energy burden. We all know that bill affordability is not a new issue. It has been around for decades. But we also know that it is a growing and more urgent issue as we're moving forward trying to address climate issues and the transition to address that. So energy burden is the core factor in bill affordability, and the question that comes up is, why are we paying attention now? This has been on the deck for decades. So quite simply, it's the cost of energy, the gas and electric bills that have been increasing, and you all have been dealing with lots of dockets that are continuing to show an increase in the bills and the rates that they pay. It's the focus on climate and clean energy and the federal and state policies and initiatives that are requiring more programs and funds, and lots of these are bringing more dollars into the rates that people have to pay. Many of these federal and state laws and policies refer to energy justice and equity, and I think there's some difficulty in trying to basically equate that or figure out tactically how to convert those terms into some reality at the ground level. Data We have access to lots of granular data now that will be helpful in identifying and targeting households. And finally, House Bill 606, which has allowed us to move forward without regard to that anti-discrimination provision that has been in the Maryland Public Utilities article for decades. So I'm simply going to talk for a few minutes on energy burden demographics, and what I'm going to be referring to primarily are is the data that was in Office of People's Counsel's 2018 report. It was from an entity called Apprise. It has been filed in various dockets in 2018, 8903, and I believe the Empower dockets, and were referred to in the comments. So one thing I want to point out with regard to any energy burdens and material factors, which is your concern, that there is really an interrelationship among all of these factors. We talk about it in terms of income, but it's also income relative to various other things. So I'm just going to go through a list. Geographic, the state of Maryland has basically 5 regions, and when you look at the Apprise report, they're built out. And the circumstances of each of those households vary considerably depending on which region that you're in. And that report just breaks it out rather nicely in terms of a number of factors. You're also looking at income in terms of levels, but also the type of income. So it's not only the absolute income coming into the household, but is it a fixed income? Is it low wages? Is it coming from some other source? Because those factors can also implicate the energy burden. In terms of demographics, some of the major factors that you're looking at that influence the energy burden: age, quite simply seniors, that make up over 40% of the low-income households in the state. Vulnerability, and when we talk about vulnerability, we're talking about households that have children under 6. Sometimes some reports define it as children under 2 for various benefits or programs. Disability. And there are a significant number of households throughout the state that have disabled members in the household and medical conditions. There is a considerable overlap: age, medical conditions, and disability, where you can have one or more multiple, individuals with one or more of those conditions, all of which impact health and safety, all of which impact what types of income come into the household, and all of which impact the use of energy. The house ownership, the house situation, is it, do you own it, do you rent it? The type of housing, whether it's single family, multifamily, fuel type for heat, varies throughout all of the regions, where some areas are all electric, others are natural gas and oil. Go down to the Eastern Shore, you've got a whole different ball game going on. And one of the things other folks are going to be focusing on is the levels of participation and access that low-income households have in Empower Maryland and weatherization and other energy efficiency programs. We all are quite aware that after, since 2009, the levels of participation have been extremely low, and there's, certainly a focus on that. So, the major thing I wanted to point out is that these factors it's not just income. All of these other factors impact and work together to determine how that energy burden is showing up in a particular household. And just to give you an example, and again, these are from the 2018 report, so the data is from the census reports, the American Community Survey, the ACS, which is the source of lots of data, or at least back several years ago it was, on households. But I don't think things have changed a whole lot over the last several years. And I think it would be interesting to know at that time, 1/4 of low-income households in the state of Maryland had incomes less than $10,000 a year. Maybe it's gone up to $12,000 a year. Very low. 1/3 of low-income household wage earners. And so while we have categorical eligibility, which is a great thing, they may be over income for programs like SNAP, because SNAP has a very low level income eligibility level. 1/3 of low-income households are retired and on fixed incomes. Their income isn't going to change, but the burden's going to change. 41% were seniors back several years ago. the lowest income individuals tended to be a single person household of seniors. And, and one of the things that interacts with, seniors tend to have a higher level of home ownership. So they don't have a mortgage, but they have a large portion of the senior households have extremely low incomes. That translates into a higher energy burden. So I think that is a perfect example of these interrelationships of these factors that we need to take a look at. 60% of the low-income households are renters. City has a very high portion of the low-income population in rental units, and we know, what problems this poses for things like energy efficiency programs. But seniors have a higher percentage of home ownership. Other parts of the state, home ownership is much higher. So you've just got a different variation of factors, how the shelter costs, the household costs versus the fuel costs are interacting. And one of the things that I found interesting, over 70% of the low-income households have a vulnerable member residing in that house. And certainly that should be a major concern, and Cindy's going to be talking about that. So what I can say is, I think when we're looking at developing these programs, we have access to a lot more data probably than we had 10 years ago. It will be really important to use that data. And we now have an opportunity to address affordability for low-income households in a comprehensive way. And really, it is time to address both affordability and the clean energy transition together. We can do both. We have to do both. And the goal, if you think about it, and certainly our January comments address this, to coordinate the energy affordability programs with all the clean energy programs with a focus on low-income households, because the greater participation levels you have in those programs, the less money you have to spend on direct assistance. It is not going to be fast. It is not going to be easy. I've been working with low-income households for 40 years as a lawyer, starting in legal aid in 1980. Nothing is easy when it comes to low-income households. But the important thing is we have an opportunity. These two things need to be coordinated and work together. The state agencies, including the Public Service Commission, will need to work together. You will need participation from, certainly advocates who are working on the ground, boots on the ground, and know how things are operating there. We need to use data that is readily available, and we're going to have a lot of zip code data coming in from the utilities, and that's going to be very helpful. And finally, and this will be in part 2, Laurel Peltier, the director of the coalition, will be talking about the coalition's proposed phase-in of an affordability plan to try to coordinate these factors so that we can deliver on the promises for the climate transition and deliver it in a way that low-income households not only are protected, but can move forward in a positive fashion and participate in that transition. Thank you.
Okay. Any clarifying questions? Why don't we hold the sort of substantive questions till all three of them get enough, but any clarifying questions for Ms. Carmody? Okay. Ms. Carter, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Cindy Carter, C-A-R-T-E-R. I'm Executive Director of Cancer Support Foundation and the co-founder of a program called Critical Medical Needs. The last 20 years, we've helped thousands of people, the most vulnerable population, keep their lights on. Energy resources for this vulnerable population determines their health and in many cases keeps them alive. Having lights, heating, cooling, operating is a basic need that they have. Increased energy burden as a result of health care demands can be shown by both statistical figures as well as boots on the ground. Now, I'm boots on the ground, but I'm going to give you some stats because that helps to cement the whole situation. According to the 2020 Maryland census, 24% of the population in the state is 60 years or above. 26% make under $50,000 in income. Now, some of those are eligible for energy assistance grants, but some of them are not. The Apprise report that Paula mentioned, 2018, 21% in Maryland are low income. Elderly residents are 41% of that population. 72% of low-income households have a vulnerable member, and 38% of those same households have a person with disability. A recent report from the University of Michigan on a national poll on healthy aging found nationwide, and I think Maryland pretty much fits into this, 25% of those over 50 years old are caregivers. 23% of those over 65 years old are caregivers. And if you've ever been a caregiver, many times the caregivers are seniors taking care of seniors, or people that have our vulnerable population taking care of somebody else that may be in a more serious vulnerable situation. Now you see the stats on the number of people who impact our health system, both those who are vulnerable and the people that need to care for them. You can see also that many caregivers are seniors, probably dealing with their own health problem. This increases the numbers at risk significantly. They need a reliable and affordable source of power, even to most of them, to survive. Over the last 20 years, we work with one-on-one with thousands and thousands of clients. The situation is more critical than the figures can really ever show. Agencies, foundations, nonprofits, and all sorts of community groups that were there 10 years ago have now reduced assistance. This vulnerable population needs more help, have less spendable resources, facing higher charges for what they need, which is electricity, gas, oil, propane, whatever their source is, and fewer resources available. The population is aging, and many are involved in the care of those who need. So you have a whole household that has vulnerable population that with caregivers are not usually classified as vulnerable. But if you're a caregiver, you are in the vulnerable population. Yes, we have people in Maryland that have their power terminated regardless of their medical challenge, weather or situation every day. We get calls and have had to recommend that they go to the emergency room. We have seen people this summer with this heat discharged to homes from hospitals that have no power. We do wellness checks, and they end up with the EMT is there, who answers the phone and says, I'm the EMT, I'm taking him to the hospital again. There's been a lot of that with this summer, and Maryland does not have any protection for keeping that from happening. The utility bill is a larger portion of a person's budget than it's ever been before in Maryland. There's less money value because of inflation, less community assistance, which I've seen over the 20 years drastically change in the wrong direction, unfortunately, runaway increases in fees, extremes in weather, lack of consumer protections, an aging population has set us up for a crisis with many people having a lot of health issues. The situation needs to be addressed that this vulnerable population is not put in a life-death situation because their bill cannot be paid and their power gets terminated. Increased energy burden because of health needs is indeed real and more serious than the stats can ever really indicate. For many, it is life and death issue. Power must be available and affordable for the most vulnerable population. I'm one that has worked boots on the ground for 20 years. And this is the situation now that I've never run into, besides having so many people sent home from the hospitals this summer that have no power at home. And the hospitals know it when they send them home, or they go home and find there's no power. To now our clients are getting, I just had one this morning, we get grants from the Energy Assistance that we run them through the critical medical needs. Their grants were 68 and 70% lower than last year. Their health has gotten worse. Their money is considerably lower. And there's not a whole lot of protection to keep them from being turned off. They get a new bill from, in this case it was BG&E, and they only have 14 days before their power gets turned off. So the time frame there being 14 days, by the time they get it, and that's basically 10 business days, and by the time you get the mail, you have even less time. Fortunately, they were in touch with us to get their grants. The average person who doesn't know to get in touch with us to get expedited through, they're never going to get that done in less than the 14-day period. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay. Any clarifying questions? All righty. Ms. Wynn, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Hoover and Commissioners, and thank you for holding this hearing on the limited income mechanism authorized by PUA 4-309. And I'm Olivia Wine, Senior Attorney at the National Consumer Law Center. I work in the Energy and Utilities team there, and I'm a longtime Maryland resident. The nonprofit National Consumer Law Center works for economic justice for low-income and other disadvantaged people in the United States through policy analysis and advocacy publications, litigation, and training. NCLC is an active member of the Maryland Energy Affordability Coalition and the Maryland Energy Efficiency Advocates, and my last name is spelled W-E-I-N, my apologies. First name, Olivia, O-L-I-V-I-A. Thank you. My remarks this morning will focus on recent developments that create a unique window of opportunity to begin addressing low-income energy affordability in Maryland. There's been several remarkable developments that provide the building blocks for a robust low-income affordability program in the state of Maryland. The first, of course, is the reason why we're here, HB 606, Public Utilities Act Section 4-309, which was signed into law in 2021. And provides this commission with the explicit authority to approve a limited income mechanism affordability program to benefit low-income customers of a utility. The second was HB 323, signed into law in 2023, directing the Office of Home Energy Programs, OHEP, to use categorical eligibility to streamline enrollment for energy assistance. And we are already seeing dramatic results from that piece of legislation. So OHEP must enroll into fuel assistance and utility assistance programs households in the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP, the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, TANF, Supplemental Security Income, SSI, and the Means Tested Veterans Affairs benefits. And so OHEP is reporting a 70% increase in applications from last year. So we're attributing a lot of this to that categorical eligibility. What this means for this proceeding is that we in the state of Maryland are able to identify a lot more low-income households. It's not going to capture all, as was discussed by Paula and Cindy. Seniors don't tend to participate as much in these programs, but nonetheless, it's a very good starting point. But we probably will need some more targeted efforts for seniors. The OHEP assistance is divided into benefit tiers, and this year's plan, which was just filed, has 7 tiers of benefits. And again, I'm flagging this because this provides the ability, if so desired, to design an energy assistance program that could be pretty targeted and tiered, but just by using the OHEP benefit tiers. The tiers are by income, 0 to 50% of federal poverty level, 51 to 100% federal poverty level, 101 to 150% federal poverty level, 151 to 200% FPL. There's a tier for families in subsidized housing, and there's a tier for categorically eligible households above 200% of FPL. So in terms of braiding and stacking with other existing programs, for example, energy efficiency programs or the rebate programs that will be coming down the line, if we're trying to target certain sectors of those households, using this data that is possible, and OHEP has indicated in their filing a willingness to share the data, the data matching, enter into data matching sort of arrangements to facilitate an energy assistance program. And I will say that other states have used similar tiers. For example, Illinois in November 2023 for their gas regulated utilities did authorize the use of the LIHEAP benefit tiers from their LIHEAP program, and that's for their regulated gas utilities. There are 5 tiers broken out by income. So, it has been done before. It is a possible model design. It could be a powerful tool. And I will also flag flagging the low-income households and subsidized housing is particularly helpful if the goal is to also keep people in housing. It is often the condition of a housing voucher that you've got to maintain your utility service. So disconnection is also tantamount to eviction. So if it is a policy goal to like sort of prioritize those, there's a way to identify these populations just by using the OHEP data. So the third thing that's happened recently, which is a very important building block, is the Commission's recently adopted rules regarding this granular arrearage and disconnection data reporting down to the zip code level. Now, this could allow the ability, as we move forward with a low-income affordability program, 1.0, and we're trying to figure out what should 2.0 look like, we can look at the data and see are there areas over time that are getting better, getting worse? Geographically, are we missing pockets? So this data can be very powerful. The other recent developments that also, I want to put on the table, there were the recent rounds of legislation, SB 31, HB 397, codified in 4-308 in the Public Utilities Act, which prohibits energy assistance customers from going on to retail supply contracts. I mean, this is like a cost control type of protection. SB 1 also has additional cost control protections. So in terms of like how much energy assistance funding we have to find, sort of shrinks that pie a little bit or keeps it under control. There is also HB 169, which was signed into law in 2023. That's the energy savings target for the Department of Housing and Community Development's low-income program. Again, sort of braiding and stacking. If we're identifying these households for energy assistance, let's make sure that they're getting energy efficiency. Again, who are we targeting and how? Use that data. Braid it and stack it. There is HB 908 signed into law in 2023, which makes permanent the community solar programs. Now, and those programs have to serve at least 40% of their output to low and moderate income households. So, a discounted sort of generation cost there also sort of shrinks the pie in terms of how much assistance that we're going to need. So how we sort of braid and stack, and maybe we want to target the community solar to certain subsections of those 7 tiers of low income identified by OHEP. And so in closing, I just wanted to leave you with the idea that the creation of a uniform low income mechanism framework is possible, and there are a lot more tools on the table now that were not here just a few years ago. So we're in a good position now. It's going to take work. It won't be fast. It will probably be iterative, but there are groups now making the connection between the need for developing, an affordability mechanism and achieving our climate goals, going hand in hand. And certainly this is what will allow that ability to achieve the climate goals expeditiously and as equitably as possible while shielding the low income. And I will just throw out, the state of New York has a tiered discount program. They've had it on the books since like 2016. But NYSERDA, in developing the IRA home energy rebates program, created a pilot. So for 1,000 customers, this is to get data, but it's also to test this theory. If we electrify low-income homes, will their bills go up? Well, put them on that tiered discount, which caps your bill at 6% of income. And if there is any overage, they're going to monitor month to month for these 1,000 households to collect the data. There is a pot of money to cover that overage. So it's like essentially a guarantee, a price guarantee. You will be electrified, but don't worry. For the life of the measures that we're putting in your home, we're going to guarantee, the tiered benefit amount for you. And we've got a pot of funds to ensure that that happens. So I mean, so interesting things can happen once things like the framework is put into place, and you can build upon it, you can refine it. You can also add certain consumer protections, right? If you use the OHEP 7 tiers of low income, for example, and resources are scarce, but you need a disconnection moratorium for, like, you know, an extreme heat situation, but you don't want to cover all residential. You know, you've got an identified pool of people as a good starting point, right? It's not the only starting point, but, you know, you start there and you cover a good chunk of people. You can say maybe for those folks, no deposit rules. If you've been disconnected and you need to get reconnected, no deposit for you, and it's for this class of customers. And we've identified you tiers 1 through 7, or 1 through 5, or, you know. It offers that flexibility and that ability. So it's exciting. We're excited to work on this with you, and thank you for holding this hearing.
Okay, thank you. So, Commissioner Schlesman, go ahead.
Well, first I want to thank the chair for pushing ahead in this proceeding. I'm very excited that we finally got this thing going, and I actually think it's great that you sort of opened the proceeding up to give us a sense. There's no point in trying to fix something until you understand what the issues are, and for me it seems to be sort of both. What the burden is for the consumer, and also understanding the resources that they are dealing with, not the money resources, but the housing resources. Sort of understanding, particularly when you were talking about 60% of low income are living in rentals, understanding what the rental stock looks like, and for people sort of struggling to find housing, sort of taking whatever's available, it seems incredibly unfair if you're giving them a house that is so leaky that they end up in arrearages pretty early in the rental, and as you explained, you don't pay your bill, then you are evicted from the home. So that seems like a sort of a terrible cycle to be in. So I guess the first question I have is understanding the energy burden, and perhaps, Ms. Carter, you can help us to understand. I mean, in reading your comments, you spoke about less opportunities available for seniors to be able to tap into assistance. But I'm also wondering about the increases in the energy burden that we're seeing, and maybe not just for seniors, but for lots of folks who are. I mean, I understand that hospitals are trying to get patients out as quickly as possible, so that services that they received in the hospital, they're now using at home. And I'm assuming that's increasing their energy burden. And those are the kinds of, I mean, Medicaid would have paid for the energy use in the hospital, but they're not paying for the energy use at home. So now all of a sudden they have this increased burden that they didn't have before, because you've got a hospital system that's trying to get people into the home as quickly as possible. So I'm assuming you're seeing not just a reduction in opportunities available for assistance, but you're also seeing an increased energy burden that's probably only going in one direction.
Yes, basically, when you have somebody that's in the vulnerable population, as many times they progress with both their age and their condition, then it does require more pieces of equipment in their home that will use the energy. And if you're dealing with, for instance, we started in the cancer community, people that are undergoing that type of treatment, they cannot handle the real cold home. They can't turn the thermostat and be in a real cold home. They can't handle the heat. So just their physical condition change requires them to do something different with the temperature of their environment. Then you add on other types of medicine they might have to keep refrigerated, or different types of things they have to cook. It just, the whole thing starts to snowball of all the things they need. When you have the vulnerable population, they need more energy. There's more of a burden on them because of their condition than a person who doesn't have that condition.
Well,
or
and
it does not have medical challenges.
Right. So I'm hearing it's only going to go in one direction.
Yeah.
And so the burden is going to increase, and so we're going to have to try to find ways of dealing with that.
Well, the burden also increases because, at least right now, the last few years, the cost of everything for especially a lot of the people that are most vulnerable are on fixed incomes. So the price of everything that they use or their services are going up. So they're ending up with a noticeable less amount of money that they would have had 5 years ago. They might have been able to adjust it better, but there's a point at which they can't adjust anymore. So it's also the increased need plus the environment we're in right now with the inflation, and quite honestly, there are a lot less foundations and services out there to help. Plus, if you're dealing with a vulnerable population, they don't have access to the help that is out there. Now, technically, they do have that access, but in reality, they don't, because they can't go through the process the way that people are asked to go through the process to get assistance. For instance, that's why we have critical medical needs, because the vulnerable population was not able to access getting into energy assistance. So this program gets them into energy assistance and gets them help with help to keep their power on. Our partnership with people like the Fuel Fund then helps us to go get extra funding. But if they need extra funding past that, and let's say we have to get in touch with DSS or Department of Aging, those clients can't do that. There's no way in the world my clients can get in touch with energy assistance, social services, Department of Aging. None of those agencies are accessible where you can pick up the phone and call them and get somebody to case manage you through to get the help. So that's what I'm talking about. There's less and less. The agencies are there, but there's no access to them. Okay. Now, the critical medical needs took care of the vulnerable population that can come to us and work through us to get into energy assistance, but there is no help there for getting into any of the other resources. And from a cancer point of view, there are less foundations in Maryland that will help to pay. I think overall there are less foundations that actually pay money. Maryland has thousands and thousands of nonprofits and foundations, but the majority of them are not taking money and paying out to help somebody. They're doing other services and referrals and things like that. So there's kind of a crescendo of all the challenges that I've never seen in 20 years that have now come together, where we have less money coming out in the grants. We haven't really taken care of the access issue for free people to get in touch with, say, Department of Aging to get some help. The inflation has gotten higher, so they have less money to spend. And a lot of them are getting older, and with that, their health conditions may be requiring more equipment and more expenses there. So it's kind of getting up to a point that is bubble ready to go.
So, Ms. Carmody, let me ask you, sort of switching topics, the issue around housing stock. I'm assuming you're seeing housing coming in, Section 8 housing coming in, that could certainly benefit from increased weatherization, newer appliances. How do we sort of find a way to make sure that folks who are getting housing and need that housing are not sort of ending up with a place that's going to sort of force them into arrearages pretty early on?
Yeah, I mean, Section 8 has always been a tricky issue, and literally for 30 plus years it's been an issue. They always refer to those things as the golden ticket, the Section 8 voucher, because it's so hard to get.
Right.
And very easy to lose, under these circumstances. If you think about it, the money's coming from the federal level down to the state level, and I'll just use Baltimore City as an example. I mean, the houses are going to be subject to some level of inspection pursuant to federal, CFR requirements, regulation requirements. But I think if you talk to Cindy, if you talk to people on the ground who are actually dealing with the lucky few that get the Section 8 certificates, those inspections probably don't do a whole lot. And so people are moving into these houses, and they're not, they're just not in very good shape. which explains why they will see Section 8 customers coming into community action agencies with very high bills in the hundreds of, hundreds of dollars per month. It just, so if you're looking at what do you do, and this is where you have federal to state to county or city, to localities where they're not, we're all not talking to each other. And you've got the big picture issue, that we have flagged where you have all the state agencies that have a piece of the pot, the DHS, DHCD, MEA, the Public Service Commission. And then you get down to the county level, and then, in the county, the city is at that level. And then sometimes the towns within the counties. But we're all not coordinating things. We're all not talking to each other. And if you're looking at simply with the Section 8, if the inspections aren't being done, and who has control over the inspections except at the very local level? What are the rules inside that local town or city, that are being set? Because at the high level, those rules are pretty vague. So that is one piece of it. I mean, you're going to have to tackle, if you're trying to prevent something, you've got to tackle the condition of the housing before they move in. And once they move in, if they've moved into a house that has all sorts of other problems, whether it's mold or structural problems, then you've got this complication that people have, been discussing very frequently in front of you with rental housing. You can't weatherize the house if you've got mold, if you've got to remediate the house, if you've got structural problems, you've got a roof that's not working. So it just gets, so that means those other weatherization services are not going to go into the Section 8 house. And let's keep in mind, Section 8 is a tiny, tiny fraction of the rental units. And the rental units, that most of the households living in rental units are not Section 8. And so they're moving in on a market basis. And
Is there any way to reach those?
the condition, yeah. And again, I mean, you're looking at under rent escrow provisions, when somebody has, theoretically, conditions in a house that meet a certain standard, individually they can use that rent escrow situation to withhold rent to try to get a landlord. I mean, if you're looking at it from the housing perspective, I think you talk to people probably at Legal Aid or the Public Justice Center, or anybody dealing with tenant issues, unless they have a lawyer there with them, it's a horrendous problem in rent court. But there are programs, that are out there that are, trying to target, and I think Laurel perhaps came up here, target some of the housing to try to address the Section 8
So,
and
Ms.
other
Peltier,
rental units.
I know you're later on the agenda, but if you have a response to the question where I have to go ahead, but
I really-
but just
I'll keep it short.
No,
for
no,
your,
just you have to spell your name.
yeah, you have to
Oh.
spell your name for the court
Already.
report. That's what I was going to stop. But otherwise, go ahead.
I'm part of the team, and it's
Yeah.
Laurel. My last name is Peltier. And Section 8 is incredibly interesting, and I know that we're going to have our meeting out at GEDCO. When you are helping Section 8 people, the fixes are right in front of you. It is a very unique situation. It is HUD money coming in, and with utility allowances that are not going to the utilities, they're going into the rent. Extremely high usages. The inspections, I know the city pretty well. I've actually been working with the housing office because I've been so concerned on the 25, 30 Section 8 homes I'm working with right now. The fixes are there, and it will be very tricky, but we're not doing it right. And these are some of the highest usage rentals. And the only question on the inspection form that's asked is there a working heater? And that heater might be from 1945. So like I have a gal right now who is $7,000 BG&E bill. And the house, thank God, was just condemned, because I think we can actually go to the housing office and ask for the housing office to pay the $7,000, because she can't move. So Section 8 is, I think, should be, if it was my world, would be its own little box, because there are some fixes, and if you use this shared database that I will be talking about later, they are tagged. You know the Section 8 folks, they're level 5. So like when they come in, and you can see right away when you have a Section 8 person and you know, I really have to go to town because they get a letter, because housing talks with BG&E every month. So they know exactly which homes are out of power. It's really interesting that the renters don't know that. But then they're going to get a letter, which I've seen a bunch of them come in, where it's basically like, you need to get this power turned back on or your voucher will be taken away. So it's why it's been really bubbling up with our team, because these are, as Olivia said, it's a housing situation.
And I think one of the other things with the Section 8 issue is when you're talking about the allowances, the rent, which kind of there is a calculation for the utility allowance, which I've been away from the stuff for 30 plus years, so I haven't looked at those those regulations in a long time. But they're obviously based on certain assumptions about levels of utility usage in a particular unit. And if that row house, if there's an assumption that the usage level is at, or bill level is at X, but it's in really bad shape, and so it's actually 2 times X, the utility allowances, which are not going to cover kind of the utilities, that part of the shelter course costs. And why does that matter? I mean, actually, when you look at the energy assistance levels, the levels that we've been talking about. So there is one category, subsidized housing. That's what we're talking about. And it's a lower benefit. And the reason, it's very reasonable, it's a lower benefit is because of this so-called utility allowance. But everybody is assuming that the utility allowances are being calculated in a way that matches up with the reality in those rental homes. And let's face it, I mean, for rental housing in the city, the housing, the housing stock is what, 60, 80 years old. But even if you're dealing with many units, and I used to be out in Hartford and Cecil County back in the 80s, and a lot of my clients were in Aberdeen, Havre de Grace, and up in Street and Port Deposit. But housing was built, with federal housing money when they used to pay for affordable housing. And let's face it, they were not built very well. And 20, 30, 40 years on, those units are probably not much more energy efficient than, some of the older housing stock, in the city. But anyway, the bottom line is the utility allowance is just yet another, I mean, there are all these complicating factors. So I also just want to hook it back into that concept of energy burden. It's a broad concept. We all know what it means. But when you start trying to figure out how you're going to, look at energy burden at a local level, there are these factors, that keep, there's this interplay that in many cases, whether it's the seniors, with medical conditions, whether it's the Section 8 housing that's bad housing, those are possibly very different households, but they have an energy burden for very different reasons. And so I think that is something that state agencies working together and working cooperatively, who can use technical staff, use contracts or whatever, to really dig into that, so we can have a better map situation, in the regions, and better target how to address these households. And the coalition has been looking at the direct assistance. Is a necessary component, but at the same time, if you're doing all of this other mapping and targeting, and you're getting these other resources into those households, the end game is to reduce the direct assistance monies that you need over time. It's not going to happen tomorrow, but it can happen, if there's a cooperative understanding among the agencies.
Okay, thank you.
Sir Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I also want to thank you for directing this commission to finally have this hearing. I think it's very important, and we need to do this for a long time ago. But I guess I want also, at least for my focus, and I think all of our focus is to be a very action focused, very action oriented, proceeding. And so I'd really like to kind of focus on, from this panel and all the panels, to to come. What can we do to address some of the specific issues you're talking about, or what can we use our influence and our recommendations to other state agencies and to the legislature to do? I think you address Ms. Wine and also talking a little bit about some of these cruel policies that disconnection leads then to eviction, which is terrible. Obviously, we can't do anything about that specifically, but it'd be good to know what can we do to try to help avoid that disconnection in the first place, or what can we do, Ms. Carter, to better design programs and address the needs of senior customers, senior electrical customers. And then I also wanted to, Ms. Carmody, I'm excited that you were here because
It's been a while.
yeah, you understand how this organization, how the commission works. Are there rate design that we can look at, ways to maybe specifically design, tariffs and our rate classes that might, help us to specifically, again, design remedies for energy burden. So I thought we have a very ambitious program this afternoon, so I think I'll just ask this question.
Well, what
all of you.
I would say is Laurel Peltier, the director, will be addressing all of that in part two.
Okay.
Because you kind of divided this, so we were trying to kind of honor the division between part one and part two. And if you look at the comments that we filed in January 31 and again in February, actually we did lay out a fairly comprehensive structure and framework, and Laurel is going to be addressing all of that and kind of how to build that up. It won't necessarily address the inspector issues and all of those, and that is not something that the commission directly can attend to. But I think it points to federal agencies, state agencies, local agencies. Everyone is in their separate silo, and for good reason. You got a million things on your plate. But I mean, I've been around the block a while, and what I have seen and continue to see, there's things have gotten better. Certainly over the we're moving in the right direction over the past year and a half, but they're siloed, and if you've got things siloed, those are providing impediments. So just the simple thing, if you've got through this whole process, and if you find out that one of the problems are the inspectors coming out of Baltimore City, I don't mean to pick, I'm a Baltimore City resident, but I don't mean to pick on the city, but you can't deal with that. But how do you have those conversations? So, I mean, one thing I would say to you, I mean, it really, and we have emphasized it, strongly encourage whatever the commission can do to encourage the state agencies, and to the extent necessary, the kind of the local agents, the contracting agencies sometimes, to the table to try to have these kind of conversations. I think it was Olivia had mentioned, for example, IRA money, grant money. So you've got sort of programs perhaps going on in other states that are figuring out ways to, kind of funnel money into this affordability space. But that's coming out of MEA deciding how they're going to put out grants. And the same thing with, DHCD. So I think it's really critical to try to figure out a way, and I don't know, through conversations that, that you can have to do that. But a framework, Laurel will be presenting lots of information on that, and you may have something specific.
Just a few sort of thoughts to leave you with, maybe, as we look at this proceeding and move forward. As we've laid out, low income is not monolithic. OHEP has already, in their systems, created 7 levels of benefit tiers. We could just not recreate, just use that as a starting point, right? And data sharing then. So data sharing between agencies. Who's got the data to make eligibility determinations easier, lower the cost of the administration of the program to begin with, and make it easier for consumers to get into these programs, and not just for energy assistance, but for energy efficiency, for the other programs that the Commission is administering. And then, no, I think I will leave it at that.
I would like to add that there's one thing that's majorly missing. There's not a partnership between the medical community and the community that's providing services for those who are disabled and all the different quasi nonprofit government type of agencies in the county and the city that help people that are the most vulnerable population. There's never been a partnership that's really looked at making sure that the power is on in the home of the people they're working with. In other words, they can work with somebody going back and forth for cancer treatment or physical therapy, and they know if they know the power is not on, there's nothing really that they have a path or a partnership or somewhere that they can flag that this person needs help. And we have a lot of clients that are working with medical places that know their power is off, but nobody ever steps in to do anything because I don't think there's not the partnership set up. So I think we really do need to talk to, one main thing, hospitals should not be sending people home that are paralyzed on the left side with an ice chest to put their insulin in for 5 days and say they'll be fine. Because that person ended, of course, back in the hospital. That's the kind of partnership we need to bring together so we take care of some of the obvious things that should not be done.
Great. Well, thank you. I appreciate your submitted comments and for your testimony today. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Barbe.
Thank you. All this talk of housing, it's like old home week for me. So first of all, thank you for your testimony. There is one question I'm going to ask you. I have no idea if you're the appropriate people to answer it, but everybody is out there listening, so somebody will have a good response to this. And one of the things that always troubled me about problems with respect to housing is the fact that a lot of low-income apartment renters don't have individual metering for utilities. Oftentimes, the landlord has four tenants in a house, in what was a house, and he or she will take the water bill and divide it up in some fashion. That's one problem. Another problem is that with respect to electricity, because there's no individual metering, you can't really, there's no price signal to the individual to save energy, which is, of course, would be a benefit to the environment and would be a benefit to them in terms of their cost. And then finally, there is this issue in the city of Baltimore in particular, where the Department of Public Works used to have a reputation for waiting several months before they sent a water bill. And poor folks, being poor folks, they are going to pay for their expenses, and then the landlord will get this gigantic water bill for 5 months, and he will divide it up, and none of them will be able to afford it. And so people start getting evicted simply because they didn't get timely water bills. So I suppose, this is all part of the individual metering problem, and I'd love for you to address that, because in so many of the things that we do here at the Public Service Commission, especially in trying to create price signals to encourage conservation, none of that is possible if you don't have individual metering. So if you have a thought about that, I'd love to hear your perspective. And of course, and don't, the DPW of Baltimore is a separate problem that needs to be addressed by the
Bills are
public.
coming out. As a city resident, they've gotten better.
And this,
Well,
this-
could they have gotten worse?
Oh, yeah, no, they could have gotten worse, but I think it does point the water issue, and I'll just say this as an aside. I mean, you're talking minimal bills of over $100 a month, for water in the city, the water and sewer. And for a lot of those households, that bill is much more than that. So it's sort of like a side element to shelter costs is the water, the water costs. But Laura's going to have some comments, but my thoughts are, because there are a lot of multi-family units, certainly particularly in the Prince George's, Montgomery County area. The city tends to have a lot of row houses, so, they're...
And also that big building right there behind us doesn't have individual metering, I'm told.
Yeah, no, and most of them don't. And I think, part of with a focus on low-income units, is focusing efficiency services on those multi-unit buildings. It's a whole separate issue, and I think there may be lots of other people
Okay.
to address kind of how those cost, the regulations, the commission's regulations on, kind of cost allocation when you've got a master, because there are so many of them that are master metered building, and so you're not going to send individual messages to the individual units. And so you're really looking at trying to at least start with increasing the efficiency of the entire building.
Right, but in a situation like that, the landlord, the property owner doesn't necessarily have an incentive to save energy
Yes.
because he or she isn't paying the bills.
Yeah, so there may be some way to, and other people may have kind of
Okay.
thoughts about, how to address that.
Because I have no idea how to solve that problem.
I have thought about this
Yeah.
a lot because I think the challenge is somebody moves into a rental, even that fancy one across the street, or some of the folks by where I volunteer, is you don't know what your water and your electricity bills are when you move in. And so one of the things that we were thinking about is suggesting to Section 8, because at least in housing, you know you have 13,000 households, say. I think there's 100 in the state. I might be wrong on this, but I've been trying to learn more about it. Is requiring, one of the things you learn when you get your rental agreement is what is your average utility bill, so that when someone makes a choice to go into to rent something, that they know what they're walking into. Because I'm actually hearing this is happening in middle and higher income too. Say you were in an all-electric place and you had a $60 bill, like my kid did in Columbia, and then he goes to a house in Halethorpe and it's $300. And I said, I literally think that is one of the big things, and that's probably a legislative thing, is people need to know what their utilities are before they move in, especially Section 8, because they're jaw-dropping. And I do have some good news on the city about water. Baltimore City offers the only water assistance program in the state. It's called Water for All. And I will give them a shout out. It is starting to work. Many, many people that come into GEDCO are walking down the street and they are getting water assistance. And I think Senator Washington, shout out to her, did quite a bit of work on this so people weren't losing their houses and water. But the whole master meter thing, and then Cindy can talk about how difficult Charcutian tried to fix getting energy assistance to a master metered house. And it's tough. But I do think I've always said, if you go out and you sit out there, the answers are right there. But
It's not always the same answer.
and it's generally kind of practical.
And by the way, before you answer, I mean, one of the problems with the Section 8 program is that a lot of housing voucher holders lose their vouchers because they can't find a place to rent, and the
Yes.
and the waiting list,
Yeah.
and just to get on into the program has a very long waiting list, and some people will wait for years,
Yes.
get a voucher, and then 12 months later lose it because no one will rent to them, or there's not an appropriate a place for them to.
And the
rent.
irony is, say you get kicked out of your rental because your BG&E was cut off. Guess who goes back into that rental? Another Section 8 family who just walks straight into the disaster, having no idea that Brittany, who's probably going to get kicked out in the next couple months, is paying $560. Now it's $580, and this renter has no idea, and they should know.
Strikes me, and just one last thing, when I was talking about kind of cooperation and coordination and having to do with housing and tenants, we don't have an involvement in this area from Legal Aid Bureau and Public Justice Center and folks that have tenant advocacy organizations, or they're representing people in rent court or whatever. So there may be some space, maybe not in front of the commission, but kind of keeping it on your plate to directly invite these folks into certain conversations, because they are dealing with these households all the time from the point of view, unfortunately, the eviction, or they're dealing with the rent escrow related to bad conditions in the housing, and there may be some perspectives, and also in particular with multi-unit buildings, they may have some perspectives that we all are not privy to, because we're not the ones that, at the ground level dealing all the time with some of those housing issues to the extent that they are.
The vulnerable population having the water turned off is a major problem. We work with people across the state. Most places do not have funding to help get the water back on. They say there is no funding, and the only way we can do that is by basically going up to work with the Secretary and Department of Aging and fighting and fighting and fighting and trying to get money to turn it back on. But having water turned off is a major problem. There's almost no funding out there to help it, and that is a serious health problem for people even that aren't vulnerable population. You've got to have water. So yeah, water is a challenge.
Okay, thank you.
So, like you, I've been sort of at this for quite a while. And, I remember back in the old days when the determination basically was, the income of the customer and to later on added on family size. But as you were going through your sort of list of circumstances, I mean, it made me think that, we almost need a matrix to sort of say, examining the situation of the customer, related to where they live, how they live, what kind of house they have, are they raising their grandchildren, or are they dealing with elderly parents, and it struck me that there's just a whole lot of circumstances that need to be sort of examined if we're going to try and figure out how to prioritize targeted rate assistance to some of these customers. And so I guess one of my thoughts is, and it may be that some other states already figured this out. So if that's true, then we'd love to know. But I guess I'm wondering, where do we go to find the information from the other state agencies to sort of construct this matrix that would give us an idea of the, population that we need to target assistance to if we're going to try and create rate assistance, so that, because I'm sure the companies in the room are probably concerned that this is going to be a huge financial burden on them, and to a certain extent it gets shared to other customers. And so if we're going to try to create something that helps the people that need the help, I want to be able to factor in all of the things that they have to deal with. And so if we need to ask other state agencies for that information, I'm perfectly happy to do that. I've already communicated with a lot of them when I first got here about, working with them on things. So I consider that to be a two-way street. So any thoughts you have on how we could go about figuring that part of the puzzle out?
So I'm going to mention two things, and if you don't mind, turn it over to Laurel, to follow up on that question. One is, just to be clear, when you're looking at OHEP's assistance matrix, it is built around income, number of people in the household, and energy usage. So that in and of itself is factoring in, and those elements. A number of the other factors that I had identified, in large part, you're drilling down, and there is data, out there. When I mentioned the prize reports, all of that is just census data. I mean, I would think any other agency out there would do what a consultant was able to do, was to pull the ACS, and that's on a crude level. But all of that data that I showed, which is several years outdated at this point, drills down into all of those 7 or 8 categories. So you got kind of a mapping in each of those say 5 regions, which are when you look at the data and you're trying to look at the interplay, you've got very different profiles, and so therefore very different ways for outreach, very different approaches that you might want to target first. And when I say you, using the big U, to include the other programs, the efficiency programs, and so forth. Because of the climate, the federal money coming down in through the Department of the Environment and MBA, You're looking at I forgot what its term, but they're looking at community, for energy justice purposes, looking at targeting communities for environmental and other purposes. You've got the zip code +4 data that's being used. And that is one of the things that was referenced in the comments that we filed, because there are certain areas that, when you drill down to that level, 70, 80, 90% of the households, are going to fall in, and it could simplify targeting kind of sort of a different kind of a categorical, kind of eligibility. So those are certain kinds of data, and I'm going to turn it over to Laurel.
I mean, Chairman, the reason why we're so excited is because today versus 3 years ago, the state can build cost effectively a shared database, and most of the data comes from DSS. And to read their comments and most of the data is actually right there on an energy assistance application. And so we talked to him and we said, and because of categorical eligibility, which doesn't get a lot of the seniors, if DSS shares, we build either maybe at the utility level or at a state level, a shared database, then these factors can be added in because the state knows who these people are. But actually, we asked OHEP, would you add housing type, fuel type? And we're talking with them right now. What does it take legally to get this data into this shared database? Add the EJ, it's called the EJ database. That's the EPA's database. There's the ZIP +4. And then you have, phase 2 of our idea was that's when you go hit the health department and you can figure out what low-income seniors are getting the Medicaid prescription subsidy. So the interesting thing is, because of categorical eligibility and because DSS is going to share 300,000 accounts, and then we think we could get it up to 350 with the EJ database and ZIP +4, then you build the basic framework. We could ask DHCD, which of these homes have been worked on? You can just see that the profile of the homes, and then you basically start working in collaboration, which is what Paula was really hitting on and saying, what state, federal, what programs does this account qualify for? And start getting those to those homes. Start with the highest need, build big teams. But the key is, which has been the pushback for years, is we don't know who these accounts are. And I think the best news out for our state is we know who these accounts are. And with, I think, this new administration, there's such a collaboration so much more collaboration between agencies. If the data's there, why not share it?
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. White, is there a state that's already figured this out that I could look at?
Illinois was one of the early states with the ZIP +4 data, and their commission actually maps it. So they've got different kinds of maps. It's arrearage and disconnection data. They have used this data for other purposes as well. For example, they had a performance-based rate making sort of proceeding, and they decided, well, let's take the highest disconnection zip codes and target those, for a performance based metric to get those disconnection rates down. So that's a state that has the data, that's using the data. You have Illinois also with the recent, for their regulated gas companies, using the LIHEAP data, their equivalent of OHEP. They don't have 7 categories, they have 5. So for their gas affordability program, there are 5 tiers of discount. And the poorer you are, the bigger your discount. So the goal here is to really try to, get as close to an individualized sort of situation response. Using, it's a balance, right? Using the data you have so that you're not recreating a wheel, right? Using in other agencies' work and just sort of building upon it for your programs.
Right, and I think, two of the things, the coalition has tried to keep in mind, one is, using that data and, basing it, getting it down to that granular level to try to customize as much as possible, but recognizing administrative ease And, I think one of the things when we're talking about the data, shared database and all of this, you figure out how to do it through a collaborative effort. It makes the job on the utility side, if you're looking at them providing, kind of a discount rate or other kind of plan, in a sense, all of that other work has been done through all the shared database information identifying, and you just figure out a way when you send it, in a sense, that person over, or that person is identified automatically, the household is identified, you're just kind of, putting them into, potentially, if you're looking at tiers, a refined tiered approach, all they're doing is just charting them in. And it's not asking them, for the most part, to do any of the work, which is, a big concern on their end. We don't want to be the social service agency. But if it's all done through a shared mechanism and, a database such as the type that Laurel has talked about, if it's done over here, it's just kind of, can be moved over, and you've got that, administrative ease. And at the same time, you're targeting, with all this kind of mapping, the houses that are most appropriate, where you can bring in community solar, which can we're trying to match, build that and match customers, and that will help to reduce the, on the cost end, and help to target kind of the efficiency, measures and so forth. So, a lot of it is if you can plan, if you spend the time and effort trying to figure it out up front, and then kind of pilot something out, and that's something that Laurel's going to be talking about, you can build in a product, so to speak, that will address the cost needs and the burden, particularly up front, while you're, broadly speaking, doing the other stuff. And eventually those costs, hopefully, should. I mean, all of the studies are out there, are all projecting that as you're introducing all of these climate transition programs, the costs are going to stabilize, come down, and so the more people you can get into these programs, the direct cost should come down. But the need to kind of cooperate and share data and get everybody on the same page is really important.
And one other sort of subset of the population that we need to look at, you had mentioned, senior citizens who live in their own homes and that are already paid for, so they don't have a mortgage. But, I guess my thought was that in a lot of cases they actually may be house poor. I mean,
Yes.
in theory, they have this house that has a certain amount of value, but they can't really convert it into money unless they get out of there.
Right.
And they may have, some of the health concerns that Cindy Carter talked about, with needed equipment there. They also may need, if the house is getting older, there may be repairs that need to be done to it that they're not in a position to do anymore because they don't have steady income other than Social Security and things like that. But it may look at the surface that they're actually okay because they own their own home, so they should be fine. So,
and I think that trying to emphasize this point, these factors kind of matter because such a greater proportion of the senior population are homeowners. But they also have among the lowest incomes. And one of the things I had flagged, for example, is a single senior person. That category are the lowest income categories. So yeah, they're living in a house that probably had, if they've been living there for 50 years,
right.
that house probably hasn't been maintained,
Sure.
updated, made kind of energy efficient. So you can, they're living there, but yeah, they're not paying the shelter, the rent or mortgage,
Right.
but their income is really, really low and the energy bill is really high. And that's a very particular profile. So, one of the things, certainly that Cindy has pointed out, they are the least likely they're not going to be SNAP participants. They're not,
Sure,
when you look
yeah,
at the categorical eligibility, I just remember from decades ago, conversations trying to persuade folks who are totally eligible for these programs, and I can't do it. I just can't, can't do that. But are those, once you identify those, are those houses, are they eligible for, for efficiency measures?
right.
Do you target the community solar programs also, attending? So you can refine it, and I think Olivia was the one that meant you go after in a sense, the worst of the worst, the ones with the highest energy burdens, the most difficulty, and with that data, try to kind of work yourself out of this situation.
Right. So actually, I wanted to follow up on something the chair was talking to you about, the data collection piece of it, and so data is now being collected by OPower, and from the utilities, and they're providing.
Right.
I get a report every month telling me how well I'm doing, and so. And I'm not going to tell you how well I'm doing, but so they have data, an enormous amount of data on usage, and that could certainly go into the matrix. So you can see how these customers are doing who are living in houses that are 50, 60 years old. And so I'm sort of suggesting that could also be a big help in sort of putting together a database of information. It's not just the information you're getting from the customer, but also the information you're getting from the utility. And I'm sure the utility would be happy to share that information with you. So.
Right, and then, and Arjun's report also was interesting because if you looked at, they did energy burdens down to the census tract, and there were 10 hot spots in the state. I mean, it was really interesting. I didn't expect that. Like, if that was year one to go after maybe the top 10, and you just see the red dot here in the city, red dot here in Salisbury, and I think we have all this data.
Right.
And,
Right. And OPower's had a couple of page recommendations of things. So if OPower's here, I'd love to hear.
Right.
But that is a piece of the puzzle that shouldn't be forgotten, is that there is this really good data, and how can that data be used to identify burdens and opportunities.
Right.
So thank you.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, thank you very much, and I'm sure we'll be in touch. So.
Well, thank you, Chair Hoover, Commissioners, and we all appreciate the time that you've given us to have
Glad
this
to have you back.
conversation with
So.
you.
Our next panel will be the Office of People's Counsel.
Good afternoon, Chair Hoover, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Just a quick logistical question. Are you dividing this up as the earlier plan this afternoon into the two parts?
Yeah. I mean, the part one, part two.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
Yeah. So just deal with the part one issues.
Sure.
And then
Okay.
we'll have you come back. Maybe later today and maybe another day, depending on watching out, because it's a more in-depth
Sure.
subject than I
Yep.
expect we.
Sure.
So-
Okay. So, well, we appreciate you opening up this docket. It's really important. As you know, we're seeing rising utility
Next
bills. Oh, yeah. David Lapp, LAPP, Maryland People's Council, here on behalf of the Office of People's Counsel. And I'm going to turn it over to Mark in a second, and he can introduce himself. And I'm going to cover the latter part, so I'm
I
going
see.
to mostly listen, but I'll be available for
Okay.
questions
All right.
as
Fair
well.
enough.
That's why I was asking.
Sure.
But I just wanted to say we greatly appreciate this docket. We think it's really important with the rising utility rates and also with the declining benefits. And we're seeing substantial reductions in the MEP and GARA, the assistance, as well as EUSP. And so they're looking less than half of what they were because, we're still not clear as to why. It may be because of categorical eligibility So it's really, really important, and we think this is a tremendous opportunity to look for creative ways to help limited income customers. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mark.
Thank you. Mark Shebist, Assistant People's Counsel for the Office of People's Counsel. Last name is spelled S as in Sam, Z, Y, B as in box, I, S, T. And our comments, Chair Hoover, on the first part of this are actually going to be fairly brief. We address these issues pretty extensively in our initial comments, reply comments, and also supplemental comments. And we want to use most of our time today to address the points and proposals that we made in the supplemental comments, which is what Mr. Lapp will address in the second part of this proceeding. But we'll address this first part and happy to answer any questions commissioners have. So with respect to the material causes of low-income people's energy burdens, our written comments in this matter make the point that unaffordable energy burdens for low-income Marylanders are an outcome of multiple intersecting factors, including some that are within the Commission's control and some that aren't. And I want to point out that as a kind of threshold matter, the term energy burden can be used in two different ways. On the one hand, it can simply refer to the ratio of household energy expenses to energy income. And in that sense, every household has an energy burden, and it's just a matter of expressing that ratio. But for purposes of Section 4309 and for this proceeding, the understanding of that term that matters is the extent to which a household's energy burden is actually burdensome, the extent to which energy costs are unaffordable. And that's sort of the premise of this proceeding, the basis of Section 4309. It's generally accepted, and I think it's been, support has been expressed by most parties to this proceeding, that if a household has an energy burden that is 6% or more, it's highly likely that the household will have unaffordable energy costs. And again, I think most parties have expressed support for that proposition. However, it's also true that lowering the energy burden of every household to 6% or less won't necessarily ensure energy affordability for the household. And that's because 6% is just a proxy measure. It's a shorthand. It's derived from the idea that for a household to have affordable housing costs, it can't pay more than 30% of its expenses in housing. And 6% is derived as an assumption that, well, no more than 20% of total housing costs should be paid for energy. And that's where that 6% comes from. But it's not a science, it's a shorthand. And if a household's combined expenses for other necessities, food, clothing, transportation fuel, housing, healthcare, if all those other costs exceed the household income, even an energy bill that's lower than 6% of household income will not be affordable. And unfortunately, we think that's the situation a lot of Maryland households are facing today, essentially for three reasons. First, in fact, utility rates are not low. As OPC described in the recent rates report that we filed, over the last 15 years, they've gone up significantly. And we pointed out in a large part that's due to implementation of STRIDE on one hand and MRPs on the other. These rates hit low-income households hardest, not just because they have a limited income, because their residents and appliances tend to be much less energy efficient, as you just discussed extensively in the last panel. Second, at the same time that the cost of other household necessities is increased, the cost of other necessities has also gone up significantly. Now, OPC's rates report showed a comparison between increase in rates over the last 15 years and increases in the consumer price index. And it shows that rates have generally exceeded consumer price index increases. But that isn't necessarily a good reflection of how inflation in other items has affected low-income households. Because the consumer price index, as developed by the Bureau of Labor Services, is designed to measure inflation for U.S. urban population generally. It doesn't accurately reflect costs of inflation for rural households or for low-income households. And this is something that the BLS talks about explicitly in its FAQ. So That matters because, as a rule, low-income households pay a higher percentage of their income in necessities, shelter, food, clothing. And in recent years, we've seen greater inflation in those areas than in a lot of the other areas that constitute the sort of basket that goes into the consumer price index. Third, this general crisis of unaffordability, the other factor is income. Income is the denominator of the ratio that is the energy burden. And over the recent years, people's incomes simply have not kept pace with cost of inflation in all these areas. At least that's true for low-income households. At the same time, over the last few decades, the distribution of income in Maryland has become more and more unequal. And I'll just briefly note some data that we included in our initial comments. Today, the top 5% of households in Maryland receive more than 20% of state income. The top 20%, the top quintile, receive almost 50% of income in the state. Of the remaining 50%, almost half goes to households in the fourth quintile, which is kind of a proxy for the middle class. And that leaves people in the lowest 60 percentile, in other words, the 60% of the lowest income people in the state, to receive less than 30% of state income. Now, various transfers through SNAP, through Earned Income Tax Credit, can help to mitigate that inequality, but only to a point. Now, in the years ahead, it's likely that these problems will become worse, not better. Everybody is aware of the recent PJM capacity market auction that's going to have immediate or very near-term impacts on electricity bills. In its supplemental comments, OPC discusses some of the new policies that the Commission has been directed to address by the legislature, like the DRIVE Act, like the storage program that will further increase energy bills for Marylanders. And then looking even further ahead, the state is considering adoption of a cap and invest program to sort of close the gap between where we're going with respect to emissions reductions under current policies and what we need to do to achieve the greenhouse gas reduction targets in the Climate Solutions Now Act. And that policy, too, if it's enacted, will increase costs. Again, they could be mitigated to some extent if some of the proceeds from the cap and invest policy are returned to customers as carbon dividends. But that policy is still in the very early stages, and we don't know what's going to happen to it. So given all of these contributing factors to this general affordability crisis, which includes an energy affordability crisis, it's clear that the issue of energy affordability is not just an energy systems, it's not a utility issue, it's a societal problem. And it follows that it can't be solved solely through the energy system or through the actions of this commission. But the commission can take a number of important actions to help solve the problem. First, separate and apart from Section 4309, the commission can do everything it can to restrain utility spending and revenue requirements in the first place. The lower rates are, at the outset, the less need there is for limited income mechanisms under Section 4309. Second, and this is the area that Mr. Lapp will get into in the second part of our comments, the Commission can implement Section 4309 in a manner that takes into account these larger socioeconomic dynamics and climate policies. And it can do that by designing its limited income mechanisms so that their costs are paid at a greater percentage by higher income, higher consumption customers, so that they apply across different programs that the Commission administers and utilities administer, not just within a sort of unitary limited income mechanism, and so that these programs are synchronized as much as possible with the state's climate policies in the form of efficiency programs, electrification programs, weatherization programs, and again, that's an aspect that you heard about, I think, in the last panel as well. I will close there. Again, Mr. Lapp is going to get into the details of our particular sort of ideas with respect to how these policies should be implemented in the second half of our comments, but we're happy at this stage to answer any questions on these issues. Thank you.
Actually, let me take the prerogative of asking the first question, and I want to talk about the very last point you talked about, which is, we need to take our actions in coordination with other state agencies. And while I understand that that's a good idea, we're in a little different posture than other state agencies. So we're not officially part of the executive department. So we're not MDE, we're not DHCD, we're not DHS. We're an independent agency. So to a certain extent, it may be difficult for us to mandate, force, coerce these other agencies to want to do this. Now, hopefully, they'll all be cooperative and want to work together with us in trying to make like this happen. But there may be a limit as to how much we can do to make other state agencies do things with it. They have their own independent mandate. Now, obviously, if they get told from the guy who is a few floors up to do that, that'll solve the problem. But I'm concerned. I've been in state government long enough that while we can all hope that everybody will work together, that doesn't always happen. So, any thoughts about how we sort of deal with that kind of bureaucratic problem, I guess, for want of a better word?
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll
Sure.
tackle this first, and then Mark might jump in. But I think what we're primarily thinking about are programs that the General Assembly has tasked the Public Service Commission to implement. And so, Drive Act, Empower, battery storage, those types of programs, and doing, thinking how those programs can be integrated with low income mechanisms. We do, I think our comments do suggest inviting OHEP, DHCD. We do think it's very important to have them part of these discussions, and we understand that your authority to require their involvement is limited. And as well, of course, with the General Assembly, all you can do is make suggestions.
Sure.
But we do think it's important that they hear from you.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Richard.
Yeah, thank you for part one of your testimony, and I guess I'm still trying to, figure out where my questions are. I think, as I mentioned earlier, I'm kind of looking at what actions should we be taking, which sounds more part two-ish. But I am interested, though. You're talking about state policies, where we are as far as implementing or be, an implementer of some aspects of the policies. How does that play into, I guess, this definition of energy burden, and how we should be approaching an energy burden? And maybe what I mean by that is, in our proceedings, should that be an element of how, what we should be taking into consideration, energy burden, especially if we're talking about electrification, which again is going to make this all the more important as an issue. So, do you have any comment on that? Is there, as we, take on our role, how we should be specifically looking at energy burden?
Well, I think that the primary responsibility of the commission is to ensure just and reasonable rates. And then, the legislature, directs the commission to implement other policies. So I think, energy burden, is a challenge within the context of setting just and reasonable rates. And we do think there's some inherent tensions in terms of the commission's, addressing energy burdens and also meeting the commission's other statutory responsibilities of setting just and reasonable rates. One of, we can look at, let's say we have a limited income mechanism for customers, 200%, 250%, say, of the of the federal poverty level. You still have to make sure rates are just and reasonable for people who are just over that. And I think that's a challenge that you all face, and have to, and what we want to do is try and help you think how to do that, because it is a challenge. Those rates, the legislature has not repealed the requirement for just and reasonable rates, and rates are important to everybody, and so I mean just and reasonable rates generally are you impose costs on the cost causers. There's cost causation is a huge component, as you all know very well from in every rate case, and cost shifting is a big issue, and it happens, but it's a challenge. So I think there's an inherent tension in the commission's ability to address energy burden in the bigger context of growing inequality in this country, in this state, in this country, as Mr. Sheeb has mentioned. The commission, is not going to resolve income inequality, and there are lots of different factors, as we've talked about all so far this afternoon, driving energy burdens, and some of those are within the commission's control. The commission sets rates, and that obviously affects the numerator. The commission has limited capacity to affect the denominator, which is household income. I don't know if I answered that question, but I tried.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I wanted to just comment quickly on Commissioner Barbay's question on the master metering, if I could, because I think it's an excellent question. We didn't include it in our comments, but it's something that we've sort of thought about, and we share the concern. We think that it's an important point that the proper price signals be sent to customers, and they aren't in sub-metering arrangements. We're not sure, we haven't fully assessed it, but it's addressed in 7303, and there are commission regulations on it. And it's not clear, I don't want to say that we've made a conclusion on this, but it may require the General Assembly's involvement.
Okay, and go ahead. Any other questions you got?
Yeah, let me throw the hand grenade on the floor. Volumetric charges versus fixed charges. I would presume that as public advocates for consumers, you prefer more volumetric charges and fewer fixed charges in let's say, electric bills. Is that a fair assumption on my part?
Generally speaking, yes, we think, yes.
Yeah. I mean, since poorer people tend, not always, but tend to use less electricity and natural gas than middle class and wealthier people, therefore, if we are thinking about economic justice in this context, volumetric charges are better than fixed charges.
Yeah, generally, yes. I think we agree with that, and they also send better price signals for energy efficiency and conservation. So, yes.
I had to say this because my late mother always complained about the fixed charges on all her bills, and she hardly drove anywhere and hardly used any electricity. At least that's what she said. So that one's for Mom. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Fleshman.
Okay, so I'm going to pick up that grenade, and I think the challenge, and I support volumetric because I support time of use, and I like the idea of price signals, but given the conversation we had in the previous panel, there are going to be situations where a ratepayer very sick has to be on oxygen 24 hours a day, and could end up with a very high bill, which I don't think the solution is to go back to a demand charge as a separate. But I think it is important to look at the circumstances and be nimble in addressing sort of different problems. But that was not my question. So I'm putting the hand grenade back down and hope that doesn't go off. So So before we even get to the issue of the right kinds of mechanisms, we do have to think about, or I'd like to think about ways of reducing the burden, the energy burden, because it's, whatever you don't use is that kilowatt hour that you don't have to pay for. And so, and I know you're going to be talking about sort of the mechanisms sort of later in the conversation, but what things can the commission do now that can help to address ways in which we can improve energy usage for low and moderate income customers? I mean, I know, for example, Empower, but Empower is rather regressive, and you talked in your comments about your concerns about regressive measures, and I share your concerns. So, what is it that the commission can do with its authority now to help to bring down the energy burden for really for everybody, but our focus now is low and moderate income customers?
I don't want to be flippant in an answer, but of course one of the things that you can do is to look hard at utility revenue requirements, capital spending.
Right, but
going forward.
that's not the burden. So I'm talking about kilowatt hour usage of the customer. I mean, they pay a rate for every kilowatt hour that they use, but what can we do to lower the burden for those customers so that when they see a bill, it's going to be based on the lowest amount of usage that they could have for that month?
Well, Empower and energy efficiency, of course, targeting those to limited income households, of course, is important, and supporting funding through other, outside of rates for that is something, that the commission, can't, you can't get MEA, you can't tell MEA or the General Assembly what to do, but certainly you can support that through recommendations. And time of use rates, we would be concerned about, making them mandatory for limited income, for low income households, but certainly there could be low income households that with that option and with education may be able to take more control over their energy usage and lower bills. Sending price signals to individuals or households that are able to influence, change their behavior. We are concerned that there may be limited income households, low income households that have less capacity to modify their behavior, but certainly creating opportunities for them to change their behavior in ways that can lower their bills. But of course, energy efficiency is, one of the if we can improve the housing stock of low-income households, that's really the way to lower bills over the long term.
See, I'm wondering if the sort of the rest of the community, other agencies would benefit from just the information that we're getting here today. That sort of understanding the energy burden and getting that information out, and then following it up with solutions, whether those are solutions that are legislative in focus or are actions taken by other agencies. Just getting that information out so that there's easy access to it and a greater understanding of both the challenges but also the opportunities.
Absolutely, I agree with that. That there's an education opportunity for the commission in terms of other agencies, in terms of the legislature. We try and fill some of the education with, that's our rates report. Really, we just compiled, utility rates back in time, broke them down and showed them in different ways. We think that information is important for policymakers generally.
Okay, thank you.
Well, actually, the follow-up on Commissioner Sussman's questions about trying to lower the amount of energy that low-income folks use. I mean, I've had this concern for a while that there are all sorts of products and services that are offered not necessarily by utilities, but by, the tech companies and whatnot to manage your usage in your house, with your phone and all this sort of stuff. But the problem I've seen is that, they're private companies and they're marketing to a certain segment of the population, and they probably aren't marketing to this segment of the population because they probably don't think there's any money there. And I've been concerned about how to cajole, encourage, we can't coerce them, but to have these companies offer these services to low-income folks, as my thought is, managing your usage is probably more helpful to these folks than it is for the suburbanites with their single-family homes. And any thoughts about how, we can try and encourage? I mean, I remember, when Google came out with that, the original smart thermostat, they actually had a program where they were at least claiming that they were trying to provide these things to low-income neighborhoods because they saw it as a benefit. But I never knew, just whether that was just, a trial offer or whether it was a significant policy on their part. So any thoughts on that front about how to encourage the new tech to get to this customer class?
I mean, one thing that we raised in our comments that I think the commission should be considering, with any low-income mechanism is, for customers participating customers is to have a free energy audit for those customers who are participating, to get them information, and maybe to get information. I mean, we have to be careful about sharing customer information, but to the extent that there's the last panel talked a lot about data, and I think to the extent that the commission can help gather data that potential some of these companies that are moving into this market might be able to use that data, and perhaps coordinating some with MEA, with the use of that data. MEA has a number of programs, but I think we share the concern, or we share the objective of your question. I don't know, Mark.
I don't really have anything to add. I think it's a good question, but it's a difficult problem to solve because these are companies that are looking to make sales, and they're going to try to sell to those who have the money to purchase. And take appliances. I can program my dishwasher to start at 1 o'clock at night, right? But that's a more expensive dishwasher, and lower income people are just not going to be able to afford that more expensive appliance. So I guess the only other thing I'd say is that the commission can sort of have that question in mind as it starts to implement the DRIVE Act, and just see what opportunities there are with the private companies who are participating in some of its programs to push them toward that. But I think it's a very hard problem.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, well, let me go through the next one, and then we'll try and see where we're at. So go ahead.
All right, our next panel will include Maryland Energy Efficiency Advocates, Earth Justice, Green and Healthy Homes Initiative, and the Howard County Climate Action.
Okay, sure. Well, actually, just
It may just be me since I'm representing the Maryland.
yeah. Well,
Energy
actually, just
Yep.
until she gets back. So just- ahead, and like I said, just state and spell your first, or your name, so.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, for the opportunity to comment here. My name is Justin Barry, Justin I am a senior analyst at Green and Healthy Homes Initiative. I support GHI's program design and policy work, especially related to electrification. I also facilitate the regular meetings of the Maryland Energy Efficiency Advocates Group that regularly comments on Empower and other PSC proceedings. And I'm here today to represent the MEEA comments we developed together and filed for this hearing. During the initial opening of this docket in January, MEEA filed comments signed on to by 8 organizations highlighting the importance of energy affordability in homes and recommending the Commission to move towards a tailored low-income assistance program that provides greater assistance to households with the least amount of income. More recently, in response to the Commission's questions, MEEA filed comments signed on to 11 nonprofit organizations providing details on the material causes of energy burdens in the state and reiterating our support for moving towards a low-income affordability program. I'm here to focus on the part 1, the material causes of the low-income energy burdens, though if it's helpful, happy to offer clarification or details on the brief comments we had for the part 2, if that's needed in the part 2. For our comments in part 1, MEEA has deep expertise on energy burden issues from our coalition advocacy, as well as from the work from the individual member organizations like GHI, which we're happy to share. I'll take the time here today to summarize those comments as guided by the Commission's questions for part 1, starting with the extent to which energy-efficient housing or appliances contribute to energy burdens for low-income utility customers in Maryland. I think it's important to start with acknowledging that energy burden is not just because of the low incomes, but also because of the housing conditions. Much of the stock of affordable housing is affordable because of the older, less maintained condition of the home before the owner purchases it, a process known as filtering. This means that housing occupied by low-income families often is inefficient to start with, and if the home is not up to code for safety, efficiency, electrical work, or plumbing, the path to upgrading the efficiency involves more complicated, more costly project scopes. As we're talking about this, also, these homes often don't just have higher energy usage, but often lower comfort. So they're spending a lot and still not achieving the desired results for heating and cooling because of the home conditions. Additionally, for the owners of owner-occupied homes, a key to maintenance often is the value of the home and the resources the owner can invest in it. Yet low-income households not only have lower incomes, but also often have less access to capital, especially in communities of color, other disinvested communities. Policies like redlining, disinvestment, neighborhood disruptions have harmed communities of color, especially black communities, and individuals living in these communities have often had their home values suppressed and burdens increased while being denied to the financial resources such as mortgages and loans that could help provide capital for meeting ongoing needs and help maintain homes throughout generations. Additionally, as has been discussed already in this hearing, many of the low-income owner-occupied single-family homes in the state are occupied by seniors on fixed incomes. Many of these individuals worked hard to own their homes, the tremendous asset both for the individual, the family, and the community. Yet it's common then to have the deferred maintenance, as we've been talking about, much of which is contributing to energy inefficiency. To help illustrate this, I wanted to talk about the example of my organization's work, Green and Healthy Homes Initiative. We're a partner on the Baltimore City Housing Upgrades to Benefit Seniors program, HUBS program, which funds aging in place measures for low-income seniors in Baltimore City. Many of these households are also in need of healthy housing and weatherization services, which we provide through program braiding with other resources available in the state. And we provide electrification services to some of these homes too. We've heard from a number of these clients that if they hadn't received the services to help with their energy bills, fixing their stairs, making sure their appliances function properly, they were planning to have to move out of their homes because they couldn't see a path towards making these needed upgrades and couldn't afford to stay in the homes as they were. Helping these seniors with the home interventions, energy efficiency, as well as the related upgrades, helps keep the families and communities together. Looking to rental properties, which have been discussed, we wanted to reference, again, the splint incentive dynamic with landlords and tenants, creating additional barriers to energy efficiency in homes. When we're working with tenants, and some of this comes from our partner organizations as well, they often report that because of the higher turnover in these homes and less security that tenants feel, tenants are often quite cautious about advocating for their needs. From the property owner side, energy efficiency upgrades may be costly, require extensive work, or otherwise be a low priority for the landlords. Some building owners may even decline free services out of worries about triggering other required upgrades. Again, if it's an older home where the electrical or the plumbing has issues that might not be up to code, they may worry about doing any amount of work for fear of triggering something that they're not ready to take on. Even well-meaning owners often have limited resources to make upgrades, especially when considering multiple units or properties, which can lead to maintenance backlogs or choosing least cost options. One of the MEA member organizations, CASA, provides housing organization capabilities throughout Maryland. Their housing organizers report often encountering units with high utility costs relative to the unit size, and that the units often have not received regular maintenance, including in the naturally occurring affordable housing. Conditions include windows that are not sealed, cracks in the walls, old air conditioning units. Even while spending more on utility bills, these tenants often report being too cold in the winter, too hot in the summer. In addition, property owners that do respond to failing appliances often will end up replacing them with the cheapest and used options, which might solve problems of functionality but fail to address energy efficiency. Another reason for the energy efficiency of low-income housing is that these households have had less access to services for energy efficiency. A study from a prize for DHCD in December 2022 found that only between 4 and 7% of eligible customers in each utility territory were served by Empower's limited income programs between 2013 and 2022. We're glad for the new goals for DHCD to achieve savings in limited income households, and for the ongoing efforts of the department to align programs and increase service. Yet, we're noting that the state is coming out of a period of low levels of energy efficiency service delivery, meaning that many homes have not had needed energy efficiency interventions, especially the low-income households. We've talked a lot about the data on energy burden, so I'll skip over that for now. And move to question 3 on the accessibility or barriers to programs for funding, barriers to programs or funding for limited income customers in Maryland. The issues in low-income households often lead to program deferrals because of the complexity of completing energy efficiency upgrades. For low-income households, programs need to cover the full cost of services, not just a percentage of them, because clients have limited incomes. They also have to be prepared to address issues that don't have an energy savings component. For example, insulation can only be put in the attic if there's no leaks, pests, or asbestos. The air sealing is only safe to do if the home has remediated any mold issues and has a good moisture management system. Programs must have the capacity and budget to address these needs before doing efficiency upgrades. And these are issues that are more prevalent in low-income households. Because the state efficiency programs often have limited budgets for these health and safety issues, and the state has not yet been able to adequately braid in with other funds at a high scale, a high percentage of these homes are deferred from receiving efficiency services. It empowers low-income weatherization program for single-family homes. Between January 2018 and March 2022, 30% of inbound customers were deferred, largely due to required repairs, which needed to be performed before weatherization could take place. As the programs aim to serve more households, it will become more and more necessary to have resources to address the needs in these homes. These homes are also where the greatest benefits can be realized for both energy and non-energy benefits to households and the state. In addition, improving referrals to low-income households will also improve the accessibility of programs. DHCD refers a large number of client referrals through OHEP's energy assistance programs, network partners, and other referring organizations. As reported in DHCD's 2021 to 2023 Empower Plan filing, a high percentage of these leads, 80 to 85%, do not convert to on-site projects for various reasons. In that filing, DHCD wrote, clients may become unresponsive or do not fully understand the value in energy efficiency programs, and renters cannot gain landlord consent for participation. About 27% of the monthly leads are immediately deemed ineligible because they've already been weatherized. The rest are referred to programs where it's still a challenge to get jobs to actually be taken on. Taking steps as DHCD is doing to improve the quality of the referrals so that a higher percentage can be converted into projects will improve service delivery and accessibility of the efficiency programs. Finally, sometimes there's simply barriers from the home ownership structure. We've talked about the challenges with renters, of reaching landlords, of landlords being willing to take on projects, even if the costs are subsidized because of worries about the related costs that they may need to take on. Also, even for homeowners, documenting eligibility for service can be a challenge. verifying household income and home ownership status. The programs can require extensive paperwork with personal information that might not be readily available, especially in some of the homes that have been passed down through generations or inherited. Categorical eligibility can help with reducing some of this burden, but there can also still be a need for assistance to work with these clients on making sure they can navigate the eligibility process. I'll wrap up the comments there. Happy to answer questions. I hope the comments are helpful for the Commission considering the issue of energy affordability in low-income households. Our coalition and partners will continue to advocate for Empower and other programs to effectively serve low-income households with energy efficiency upgrades to help address the conditions causing high energy burdens and unhealthy living conditions. We also clearly see there's a lot of work ahead, and that having a rate design that provides immediate relief to lower energy burdens can be an important tool toward providing stability, equity, and security to many households. Appreciate the chance to comment. Happy to answer questions and go into details on any of those pieces.
Commissioner Barbe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick thing. Obviously, when we're talking about a property owner who owns a garden apartment or a large apartment building, it's easy to find the property owner and to perhaps communicate with them. But in a lot of instances throughout the state, but also in the city of Baltimore, the property owner may be a person who inherited the house from their parents and they moved out of state, and they have a property manager who's really running things for them for a fee. In instances like this, can it be challenging to reach out to and communicate with the property owner? Is that a common concern?
Yes, definitely. A common concern, right? And and then even if you are able to reach them, hoping that they're willing to take on the project, especially if tenants feel like advocating for themselves may lead to risks that their rent's not, or their lease isn't renewed, or the rents may go up.
Yeah, and as general principle in this marketplace of working class and working poor and individual LMI individuals, low and moderate income individuals, there is a real shortage of housing, isn't there? And that kind of puts the renters at an automatic disadvantage on a whole scale of issues, not just weatherization, but literally everything. This shortage of housing is really the fundamental root problem that's driving most of these problems, is it not?
Definitely, it's a big problem, and right, the more, as was talked about in one of the previous panels, right, with Section 8 housing, like people are very excited to get that opportunity, even despite the challenges in it, which makes it especially hard to then be selective if, despite a high energy cost of being in that home, you still feel like it's better than the alternatives.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. And I guess I've been kind of trying to navigate this part one, part two, but I don't think I asked my question very well to the Office of People Counsel. But I guess I'm trying to understand in this section where we're trying to understand the causes of energy burden and later how we can address them. I guess I'd like to just see if you have any thoughts on how we do things here at the Commission, the way we litigate cases. Are we being mindful of low-income issues? Should we be doing something differently so that we are better addressing and not potentially causing additional energy burdens?
Yeah, I really appreciate the question. This is my first time presenting to the Commission, so I don't consider myself quite an expert on it. But I think that
I just want to find out, are things
Yeah.
that we have identified how we can do better,
Right.
so that as we look to solutions that we can better address and be mindful and sensitive to how we exercise our authority at the Commission.
Yeah, and I think definitely a lot of us in the advocate community are appreciating that there's this opportunity here, right, to have this proceeding. I know from my few years of experience following the Commission proceedings, Empower is the one I follow most closely, and know that there's been increased goals for the DHCD programs and more engagement around scaling those up. I would have appreciated that there's been more opportunity to have those conversations in the Empower hearings too. Definitely think from my understanding of the Empower program, a lot of the impetus for it was to reduce the need for building out transmission, right, and look at from the system wide, and perhaps to some degree the energy burden benefits are like a secondary benefit of that program, where people receive services, reduces their energy burden, don't have to pay for transmission. So having the chance to talk explicitly about how low-income people households are experiencing energy costs through this and through the Empower proceedings, and looking at making sure we're not having to defer homes. I think that's been a great way to open up some of those conversations for my short time with following these proceedings.
Right, well, thank you. I appreciate your presentation today.
Commissioner Fleshman.
Well, welcome, Mr. Barry. Hopefully this has been a positive experience for you so far. And then I show up and ask questions. But in your experience in dealing with landlords in rental units, how receptive have they been to suggestions about weatherization, increased energy efficiency? Has it been have sort of a mix of reactions? Are they sort of more likely to take you up on your offer to work with them, or are they sort of less likely to do that?
Yeah, definitely find it's quite a range, and I can't speak personally to that full range. My experience through my role at GHHI is mostly in the single-family side, so we do interact with some landlords, though I'll say anecdotally, it seems that on the single-family side, it's harder to find landlords who are interested in taking on the efficiency projects. Hear more so from those folks working on the multifamily side, that it's a little bit easier to find those opportunities to engage. Know that oftentimes that can be driven by the bigger policy pieces, such as like the building energy performance standards, right, where that creates a need for the property managers to have a plan to reduce their emissions, potentially reduce their energy usage intensity, all of that, and that can lead to an increased interest in the programs, whether it's Empower or otherwise, that can offer
But
efficiency.
that's before the property is constructed. So you're sort of capturing efficiencies before the building is constructed and rent, or
I think it applies to both.
Okay.
For example, the building energy performance standard would apply to buildings that have already been built.
Oh, okay, right. And I guess that leads to my sort of next question. So, buildings have to have sprinklers. Building owners wouldn't necessarily have put them in on their own, but code requires that. In your experience dealing with the energy efficiency side, would there be a value? I mean, obviously we couldn't do this, but would there be a value in having some additional requirements on property owners to put in place enhanced weatherization, greater insulation, other, when you're replacing appliances, you have to meet a certain efficiency level in terms of the appliance that's being replaced. Do you see a benefit in having some more sticks instead of some of the carrots that are in place right now?
Yeah, I can definitely see how that would be a benefit as well as a challenge. I can speak a little bit to my organization's history on the lead side, for example, where that's one of the things Maryland has had a lot of success worth being proud of reducing the rates of childhood lead poisoning in housing, and that comes from having testing, having inspections, having the need for rental properties to be registered and licensed, and still there's cases where it slips through the cracks. And I believe one of the recent changes in recent years was making it so a property owner that's not in compliance with all those can't go to rent court to collect rent if someone's not paying their rent, for example. So there's needed to be layers and layers of the protections that trigger making sure that homes are in compliance, and there's mechanisms for enforcing that compliance. So definitely could see how having efficiency standards and requirements could help drive that need, while also noting that there can be a lot of steps to making
Right,
sure that
Right,
that
the enforcement
follow-
aspect,
right,
you know,
yeah.
putting that aside. So, but in terms of the lead situation, there's been substantial improvement because there's a requirement in place. So,
Right, yeah.
okay, thank you.
So, how do you get connected to these single-family homes that you do the work for?
Yeah, it's a good question. We'll get referrals sometimes from partner organizations, sometimes from DHCD. We will go out in the community to recruit, which can be challenging because, you know, a lot of people have interest in services, and then it's making sure that they're eligible. You know, oftentimes they may come to us as a renter, and it's like, all right, great, you're going to be eligible. We're going to have to work with the landlord, and that can be a challenge to get all the way through that process. But yeah, you know, we're always looking for more referrals, so figuring out ways to build that into some of the referral networks, and I know we're working on partnering with DHCD on opportunities to do that more directly. But a lot of times what happens is clients will come to us for one issue, and our model is to help check their eligibility and their need for other related issues. So we may get someone who is referred to us from one of our health partners for an asthma program, and we can use that as an opportunity to help get them enrolled in an efficiency program, or vice versa.
And are you geographically limited, or I mean, are you statewide, regional, or?
Yeah, our focus is on Baltimore City, since our programs are grant funded, so we'll work where we're getting grants, and we're based in Baltimore City, so that's where we focus. But we do some weatherization in Baltimore County as well, and has some asthma programs in Prince George's County.
And are there variations of your organization in other parts of the state, or are you basically unique?
There's definitely organizations doing similar work. You know, we take pride in some of the things that we do that are special, but definitely there's other places that are either implementing weatherization and braiding it, or doing health and safety work. There's other partners on that HUBS program that I mentioned. Civic Works is a great partner on that. They're also in Baltimore City.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. So, yeah, let's go to.
Our next panel for Group 4 of this Part 1 portion is American Council for an Energy Efficient Economy.
Hello. Oh, can you hear me?
Mhm.
Yep, great. Good afternoon, Commissioner and chairs. Thank you so much for the opportunity to provide comments today. My name is Sagarika Subramanian. It's spelled, first name spelled Sagarika, last name spelled Subram, as in Michael, AN as in Nancy, IAN as in Nancy. And I'm speaking on behalf of the American Council for an Energy Efficient Economy, or ACEEE for short. ACEEE is a nonprofit research, technical assistance, and advocacy organization based in Washington, D.C., that develops policies to reduce energy waste and combat climate change. ACEEE is one of the leading groups working on energy efficiency issues in the United States at the national, state, and local levels to make sure that energy efficiency is doing everything it can to avoid the worst impacts of climate change and to center those who have been most marginalized and underserved in our communities. For many years, ACEEE has provided technical assistance on energy efficiency topics to a variety of stakeholders in Maryland, and we hope to continue to be a resource on energy efficiency, equity, and affordability in the state. So our research has found that a quarter of all U.S. households nationally, on average, experience a high energy burden, which means that 6% or more of their income goes towards energy bills. Low-income households in particular have energy burdens that are more than 3 times greater than that of non-low-income households. In Maryland, a whopping 18% of all households in the state experience high energy burdens, meaning that they are forced to make impossible choices every day between keeping the lights on and paying for food, medicine, and rent. ACEEE research has also found that in the Baltimore metropolitan area, the median energy burden of low-income households is 10.5%, which is 4 times higher than the energy burden of non-low-income households. and is some of the greatest in the country based on metropolitan area. As for the material causes of low-income utility customers' energy burdens, a lot of our research and sources have found that the physical characteristics of housing, such as age, type, definitely appliance efficiency, all of those contribute to higher energy consumption and bills for households. Examples such as leaky windows, poorly maintained appliances, and inadequate insulation allow drafts and extreme warm or cold temperatures to affect residents and add to their energy burden. And I think we've heard a lot of this from other stakeholders working specifically in Maryland as well. But having programs and policies in place to address energy affordability is necessary, but it's not impactful enough if participation in these programs are low. And so I think our colleagues at GHHI mentioned that in Maryland, studies have shown that between 2013 and 2020, only 4 to 7% of eligible customers were served by Empower's limited income energy efficiency programs. And other assessments have also estimated that only 22% of eligible households in Maryland received bill assistance from utility programs. Low-income households and other households that have historically been underserved by energy efficiency programs often face barriers to participation because of insufficient customer engagement, high upfront costs, and limited financing options, and of course the split incentive issue that we've talked about between tenants and owners. In Maryland specifically, burdensome documentation requirements, language barriers, inadequate information, and access to broadband have been cited as potential barriers to greater participation rates for energy efficiency and bill assistance programs. And so I think all of these points demonstrate the urgent need to address the level of bill affordability for Marylanders, particularly those that are low income, and to provide them with all the benefits of energy efficiency upgrades, such as improved thermal comfort, indoor air quality, and of course, reduced utility bills. So thank you very much for the opportunity to comment, and I'm looking forward to providing more in part 2 of this hearing and answering any questions you might have.
Okay, Commissioner Sushman.
Well, welcome. And I know a lot about ACEEE from my past life. But so let me ask you first about suggestions. Mindful of the part 1, part 2, but I don't think this is a part 2 issue. And how would you suggest sort of greater engagement? Is it an information issue? Is it a resource issue? How do we and how do other entities, agencies, how would you recommend the engagement be better than it is right now?
I appreciate that question. I think it's a multitude of factors. So being able to recognize which populations that need to be reached out to by program administrators and utilities. So having a good understanding of the geography of energy burdens and which communities you can target for that. And then also, we're seeing a lot of different states and utilities working with community-based organizations that often have more have less of a trust issue with the communities that we're trying to work in. There seems to be a lot of issues with trust for low-income communities with utilities, because they're often only interacting with utilities when their lights are turned off or there's a disconnection. And so identifying some really good community-based organizations and partners in the area that can maybe be informed on the types of energy efficiency programs that exist or bill assistance programs that exist, and having community outreach events would be really helpful to sort of reach and engage the populations that we're trying to reach. And then of course, none of this makes sense if the households don't have the financial ability to pay into energy efficiency programs. And so having the federal IRA rebates that are really reducing upfront costs for energy efficiency, weatherization, and heat pumps for decarbonization, and stacking those on top of utility program incentives will make the options, I think, much more attractive for low-income households than previously. And then I think some some other barriers too to reach these communities is again understanding where there is old housing stock and how that interplays with populations that have lower or have high energy burden. And so if you go into communities that have older housing stock, you might be able to, the program administrators or utilities could address some of the barriers there, like pre-weatherization, which is fixing some of those issues like mold and asbestos that are required for weatherization.
So, ACEEE, you're everywhere. So in your experience, what can we learn from what other states have done? Whether it's have states put in place certain requirements on owners of some of the housing stock, or have they put in place other? I mean, without getting into the specific mechanisms that you'll be talking about later, what have states done to lower the energy burden before we get to the mechanisms that can help residents pay for whatever the costs are left?
And I have a policy hat, so I'm sitting at 30,000 foot view of all of this. But I think we talked about appliance efficiency standards. That has been incredibly impactful. Where
and this is at the state level,
This is
other
at the
than
state
the
level.
DOE appliance efficient. Okay.
That's exactly right. There are federal appliance efficiency standards, and there are state level specific appliance efficiency standards as well for various products, which we have a sister organization, ASAP, the Appliance Standards Awareness Project, that writes model bills and helps states figure out the exact quantity of emission savings and bill savings and water savings, and that their residents and households and businesses would achieve based off of a specific legislation. And so that also removes the barrier of having to think about the efficiency of your appliance if it's already efficient to begin with when you go to the store and buy the
And
appliance.
so this would be so to the extent a landlord were to replace a stove or a dishwasher, they would be limited in so they couldn't go below a certain efficiency level.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's exactly right. And then similarly, building codes, right? Building energy codes are really important as well, and that's usually related to new construction building, which is why policies like building emission performance standards or building energy performance standards, BEPS, BPS, are really important at targeting the existing housing stock. And so I think those two policies are also helpful in addressing some of the
And you've
root
seen
causes.
building codes, sort of. Do you have some states? The chair is probably really interested in reaching out to the chairman. So, do you have some states that you think are states we should be looking at? Not that we would do building codes, but at least sort of have a sense of what other states have done. So, do you have some states that you think we should be looking at?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, ACEEE has a lot of scorecards and reports, and I think part of our value is benchmarking progress within states. So we do have tons and tons of other state examples. There are lots of states. We have a national building codes collaborative as well that is helping push for more advanced building codes, but also helping on the technical assistance area, because setting a policy and not working on the implementation side of it is not enough. I would say that Massachusetts and California do a lot of good work on sort of the on thinking about the energy affordability landscape in their states. One thing I didn't mention about increasing participation from low-income customers in states is that language access can be a really big barrier if households don't speak English as their primary language, and so states like Massachusetts and New Jersey, I think they have requirements for energy efficiency program information to be in like 17 languages apart from English, and so they have some really good examples and programs there of where they're working with community-based organizations, looking at language access, trying to reduce upfront costs, and then I think someone else on the panel had suggested that, or mentioned New York's energy affordability guarantee pilot, which caps bills at 6% for low-income customers. So there are a lot of other states to look at for very specific actions.
Okay, so if you think that there's some of the reports that you've done that would be particularly beneficial for us to look at, if you could submit them into our docket, that would be incredibly helpful.
Absolutely, yes, and it'll be very long.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Barbe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I have no questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Commissioner Richard.
Yeah, thank you for your testimony, and just was interested in your some of your recommendations, specifically on the idea of bringing having a PIPP, percent of income program that would bring low income to the level of middle income energy burden. Just as we look at what we're doing now in Maryland with our energy efficiency program, which I think is also part of your recommendation for a robust program in Maryland, where are the balances just to make sure that we consider the affordability of doing both energy efficiency and trying to implement a percentage of income program?
Yeah, thank you for your question, and I will touch upon this a little more in part two of the testimony.
I knew I was going to.
You're just very eager to hear those.
Okay.
Those ideas.
Sorry.
I do want to say though that we ACEEE is very much in support of pairing bill assistance programs, so something like a percentage of income payment program or a tiered discount rate with energy efficiency. Bill assistance programs on their own aren't sufficient to reduce energy burden over the long term, but they are certainly necessary for the short term. And so the hope is that as low-income households that are currently enrolled in percentage of income payment programs or some kind of bill assistance program, that the need for those programs goes down over time as they're taking advantage of the energy efficiency services and programs.
Okay, and that's what I was looking for. I know we have a good and a successful program, energy efficiency program, and I was just trying to figure out affordability if we were to try to move in a direction of having a percentage of income payment program. So thank you.
So when I asked the question of the People's Council about these private tech companies that offer energy efficiency and energy management products and services, I mean, are you aware of any effort to try and get them to, offer their products and services to low-income folks, either at a state level or some national program to try and involve them?
Yeah, that's a great question. Trying to think about, I think there are some marketplaces so an online marketplace for energy efficiency products and services that serve, both market rate customers and low income customers. And I think there must be some private companies that are also providing their products there. I can't think of a specific one off the top of my head right now.
Well, in line with the suggestion that, any reports and information you have that you want to send to us, if you run across something when you're doing that part that relates to this, feel free to send that our way too. So.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Will do.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now that's everybody who was signed up for the part one discussion. Is there anybody in the audience who didn't sign up that has some thoughts on the issue of the causes of low income? Oh, actually, we actually do have somebody from DHCD, right? Okay. Come right up.
Right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Nicolette Tran on behalf of DHCD. That's Nicola. Last name is Tran. We did not have the chance to file any comments, and we don't necessarily have a specific testimony to give. I will say that the Maryland Energy Efficiency advocates' characterization of the problem seems to be very in-depth and accurate. So we did not feel the need to add anything to it, but I am here to answer any questions about, programs, how they play together, and I think there's been a lot of questions today regarding housing and energy efficiency. So that's what I'm here for.
Okay, sounds good. Commissioner Richard.
No questions, thank you.
All right.
Commissioner Barbe.
No questions.
Commissioner Schlesman.
I have no questions.
Great.
So thank you for coming and actually it's kind of interesting to have you speak after listening to all of the panels before. So I'm trying to get a better understanding of how rental units get into the pipeline for purposes of either Section 8 or to the extent that you deal with other rental units. What do you require in terms of inspection? Are there sort of threshold requirements for efficiency, weatherization?
So for most parts, the rental programs follow the HUD requirements, which are on the energy efficiency side very minimal.
Yeah, no, I actually,
Yeah.
and I was wondering about that because
Yeah.
I did a little bit of scouting at some point and did see the HUD requirements, and they seem to be pretty bare bones.
Right. So there are a few programs where DHCD awards funding through competitive rounds, where we have the ability to layer in additional requirements, such as for the low-income housing tax credit, for example. And as part of those competitive awards, there are additional points to be gained for increasing energy efficiency in the properties, and there are also some minimum thresholds for energy efficiency built in.
Okay, but for the typical owner of the property who decides they want to put their property into the Section 8 pool, there's pretty minimal requirements.
Yep.
And are you thinking at all about sort of increasing the threshold, so to kind of go up above the HUD threshold, sort of hearing, so you've heard the concerns that Ms. Peltier and others have talked about in terms of, giving this coveted golden ticket only to then see this massive energy bill and then losing the ticket because you can't pay the bill.
Right. So I will say that is not my division and not for them to answer. We can get you more specifics from that division, what the considerations have been so far. I do know that it's always tricky to tie additional requirements to the federal requirements. And, to the one hand, it can increase the efficiency of the unit and lower the utility bills, but it adds also another barrier to get housing units for the program and make them accessible
Right.
to
No,
the
and
customers.
I appreciate it.
Yep.
It is a it's a choice that really is not a choice.
Right.
Yeah. No.
But if you would like, I'll follow up with the team on that side and get some more input of where those considerations
That would be great.
stand.
And would it be appropriate to submit comments
Yes.
in the record so that we can all see, and maybe ask that person to come back here
Okay.
and talk to us, because that
Yep.
I think, as you've heard from the conversation today, trying to find ways of lowering the burden before the bill actually comes in is really important. So this is a very critical piece of that.
Right. What is happening right now, though, and so that I can say is that all the housing, we're working with the Housing Choice Voucher Program to ensure that applicants for that program get an application for the energy efficiency programs at the same time. So it would be applicant-driven, the participation in that case. And then any of the project-based Section 8 housing properties, when they come to DHCD for their refinancing, all of those projects are being reviewed for energy efficiency upgrades, and that's where the Empower funds are being leveraged.
Okay, but it still is their decision
Right.
whether they want to go
Right.
ahead with this
Yep.
or not. So, okay, that's all I have.
Okay, thank you very much. So is there anyone else who has any comments they want to offer that be my guest? Just state and spell your name and let me know what you think.
Hi, my name is Babatunde Idrisu. That's Babatunde I'm from the Maryland Energy Administration. I'm here with our AAG, David Shapiro.
Right.
Our comments didn't address the causes in depth, but I felt like I should come up here and just read off some of the things that I noted down.
Sure.
There are several factors. I mean, I think a lot of the stakeholders that have come up here have already addressed many of the factors that affect low income, high energy burden in the state. I think we've had thoughts about the rate structure, and how I think OPC talked about the rate structure and how the way the rate structure is designed right now, it doesn't consider the incomes of people, and unlike taxes, the rate structure is currently quite regressive in that sense. There's also been conversations about the aging infrastructure, buildings in the state, and how there needs to be energy efficiency going into the buildings need to be more energy efficient to reduce the energy burden on low income Marylanders, and that's one of our comments, which will be addressed in part 2, is we had proposed that for any solution that the commission approves, that Maryland residents should be eligible for free energy audits, which will help the low-income Marylanders identify areas where they can reduce their energy usage and their energy consumption. On our part, NMEA, many of our programs are ensure are in line with Justice 40 and ensure that at least 40% of the recipients of MEJ programs are low income. We also have currently we have the Energy Efficiency Grant Program, the Energy Efficiency Equity Grant Program, which is focused on providing opportunities for low income households to benefit from energy efficiency improvements. We also have a solar energy equity program, which is to help low-income households also install solar energy in their household. I think that's about what I have to say, because we didn't really deal in depth with the courses. But if I could answer any questions or thoughts, from the commissioners.
Senator Barbie?
I have no questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Richard?
No questions this time.
All right.
Okay, so I do have a question, and I'm not sure that you're going to be able to answer it, but I don't think that the Office of Home Energy Programs is here. Is anybody from OHEP? Okay, so then you're stuck with my question, and hopefully you'll be able to answer it. But if you can't, it is a question I actually asked this morning at a rulemaking on community solar, and the question is, it's my understanding that Department of Energy is allowing LIHEAP funds to be used for the subscription fees for community solar, but that's not allowed in Maryland, and I believe that that's because OHEP has made that decision. But I don't have the specifics on it. So are you somebody that could answer that question?
I don't have the specifics on it either.
Okay.
But,
I would love to get that question answered. And maybe if OHEP is paying attention on the feed,
Reach out to them.
or we can reach out to them. But if anybody has an answer to that question, because it actually was raised by the community solar people as something that they would support, is using LIHEAP funds for subscription fees. But if we could get that question answered, that would be great. So thank you.
Okay, so we're going to move on to part 2, but we're actually going to take a little break until 4 o'clock or a little later. No, 4 o'clock. And I guess the first one up is going to be the Exelon company. So if you want to kind of come to the table and get set up, then we can get right into it. So with that, we'll be back at 4.
And he invited them to come, and he wasn't sure that they were going to show up. And this is
No, I'm not. I never got
I mean, this is really ridiculous.
Me neither.
Because
You
the
never
way
saw
it's
it.
learning at all, why aren't they? I just had to do my little. Right, all the way up. Except people would think you're talking about, but we're just talking about 22nd floor.
I was trying to figure out how far up we were. Are we in the second floor? Or? Yeah, no.
Imagine if I just do Exelon.
I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, they're probably good. I saw Andrew earlier, but I haven't heard from him. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, if they might. We had comments on who's giving the presentation, but I think we're last. So they might split it up into another day. They might take a break and then reconvene another time.
Hey, John, how you doing? Good, good to see you. Trying to figure out when I'm speaking. I guess you guys are. And I didn't get a memo or anything, so I'm just like, we're just like, tell me when to pop up. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Our solution was pretty much, here's a go credit. That's to my point, but to Richard's point, if you want to be action oriented, here's an action item. Okay, and then you understand the dangers. Basically, enforce them. Hey, Andrew, how you doing?
Should be good now.
Oh, wait a minute.
I think it's you now.
Okay, all right, good. Okay, so back on the record for PC 59 and however you want to start with the Exelon companies.
Good afternoon. Taylor Beckham here on behalf of the PHI companies. I have with me Danielle Wright to my right, our manager of credit and collections, and then to my left I have Kaja Dana, a senior manager of retail rates, and then I'll turn it over to the BGE team to introduce themselves.
Thank you. Crystal Barnett on behalf of
Actually,
BGE.
if you could pull that microphone close to you, that'll be a big help. So.
Thank you. Crystal Barnett on behalf of BGE, and I have with me today John Freen, the Director of Regulatory Strategy and Revenue Policy, and to my right, Rose Hamilton, the Principal Business Program Manager.
So I do need each of you to spell your last name. So as you start your substantive discussion, just start with that. But Ms. Beckham, if you could spell yours. So.
Sure. Taylor Beckham, last name is Beckham, like the soccer player.
And then when we move to BG&E, you can do the same thing, and then we'll turn to your friend.
All right, so I will be, it looks like I'm in charge of controlling the PowerPoint, so we'll go ahead and get it kicked off with John.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. John Freen. First, I think that what we wanted to communicate was that the joint Exxon utilities are very committed to affordability while providing safe and reliable service. Affordability is something that we're always focused on. Some information that you may be interested to know and understand. One is that average home energy costs for BGE customers are about 3.1% of median household income, and for PHI customers that's about 2.7%, compared to 4.1% nationally. So we're lower than average in terms of the average home energy costs as a percentage of median home income. However, BGE limited income customers are actually have a 6.8% energy burden, and I know that energy burden is a measure that many like to look at as useful in this type of a conversation. And PHI low-income customers are about 5.9%. So we know that the typical standard for the home energy burden that seems to be talked about nationally is about 6%. So we are right around, at least kind of the data that we have is saying that we're right around that 6%, BG a little bit more, and PHI right there at that level. We also know that energy costs are only expected to increase as Maryland continues on, our decarbonization journey that we've started on, and as the energy transition continues. And so we have that in focus and in mind. We are absolutely looking to find ways to help make our bills more affordable for customers in general and for low-income customers in particular, of course. We do believe that this transition must be equitable, both in terms of the costs and in terms of the benefits. A couple of other facts that you might be interested in understanding. One is that I think there was some discussion earlier today about rates. I think it's also really useful, and maybe even more useful, to talk about what the average bill looks like. And the average BGE residential customer bill is about 20% lower than the U.S. national average, and it actually about 26% lower than the average for the Mid-Atlantic region. So our average bill is actually lower, and that's really in many parts due to Empower Maryland and the success that has been seen there since 2008. We've seen a 20% reduction in the average residential customer's electricity usage, and about a 15% reduction in their gas usage. So when you have a reduction in usage, of course, you're going to see, all else things being equal, a reduction in the bill. And I think that does play a part in, you know, the fact that the bills that we have here for BGE residential customers are lower than average. I would also mention that the current BGE average residential customer bill in 2024 is actually lower still than the bill that they had, the average bill that they had back in 2008 when Empower Maryland began. So that's where we're starting from right now in this discussion, and just wanted to set the stage for that. I'll turn it over now to Rose, who's going to talk about the current BGE programs that we offer to help with our low-income customers.
Okay, thanks. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioner. I'm going to talk a little bit about, as
Actually,
John stated.
I need you to spell your last name for him.
Okay. Hamilton, Hamilton. Thank you. So just to talk a little bit about the current programs and support that BGE offers to our limited income customers and overall customers. So there are some programs that we have put in place as of 2023 where our customer service representatives can provide guidance and also fill in the application to submit state assistance applications for our customers. We also have a online tool where customers can now go in. We have just built it to fill out the application and be able to have easier access to submit their applications for the energy assistance. So the tool has helped over 6,000 customers obtain more than $14 million in grants in 2023. Another tool of assistance that BGE has offered our customers regarding energy assistance is enrollment reminders. We just recently launched that. Actually, it was this month, a couple days ago, on the 29th of August. And with the enrollment reminders, all of our customers that are receiving assistance, energy assistance, we are now sending those customers text with a link reminding them that it is an enrollment time, and if they were already currently receiving assistance, we're asking them to check online and fill out the application again to make sure that they have a continuation of the assistance that they need. The other type of assistance that we're giving to our customers is called a application grant status fix. And the customers can now view their latest update on where their applications are in the process. We found that some of the customers, just by some of our data points, are not engaging fully in the assistance that they're eligible for due to not being aware of there being a need of more information as they fill out their applications that they're incomplete. So one of the things that we initiated and launched is that we will send reminders, text reminders also to those customers to let them know that we are asking that they take time to look into the application and also resubmit for the following program year. BG also is in the process of receiving an award for these efforts that we've done this year and previous years from Chartwell. It's called the Chartwell Gold Award for excellence in serving our vulnerable customers and our community. So we will be receiving that award on October the 9th. And one of the things that we have also continued to push forward with some of our programs is just to look for innovative and creative ways in which to help our customers in assistance. We are also partnered with the Fuel Fund of Maryland, and we are looking for opportunities on how we can be more effective in that relationship to be able to get the assistance to the customers in which they need. And also, I just wanted to add to those comments with regards to, just bear with me one second. So we partner through the assistance programs, which is our OHEP through the LAHEAP, which manages Maryland Energy Assistance, Utility Service Protection Programs, the EUSP, which is the Electric Universal Service Programs, and the Arrearage Retirement Assistant programs as well. And I think that is going to be all for my comments for today. Thank you.
Okay, so let me turn to Pepco, and then we'll ask questions, because I suspect, a lot of the questions might be repeats between the two, so.
Yes, so we were going to do our part, and then I think we had one more slide after this that we
No,
were going
it's
to
fine.
briefly
Sure,
talk
sure.
to,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then
So-
if you
so
want to
you-
have us
so-
pause and...
Yeah, you go.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Go right ahead.
All right, good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Danielle Wright, W-R-I-G-H-T. I am the manager of Pepco Credit and Collections. So much like BGE, we do have the online assistance tool. And so what this does is allows low to moderate income customers to go in and actually pre-submit those applications. So they're talking to the end users when they call in. They will pre-populate some of that information for us to send over to OHEP for them. And this is a benefit to the customers because a lot of times they either don't have the means to get to the OHEP offices, or they're not understanding how certain things work. So we're able to, the same as BGE, just go in and pre-populate some of that information for them, send it over to the agency, and get them started on that journey of applying for assistance. The PHI assistance finder is the same as BGE's. They kind of went first. We looked at it and we were able to mimic that application. And with this, all customers, whether you're low income or not, can go in and put in your information. It is almost like a FAQ. You go in, you put in your name. If you're authenticated, it will give you certain information that you're eligible for: budget billing, installment plans. If you need energy assistance, it'll tell you you've already received energy assistance for this year. Here are some other options for you. If you haven't, it will tell you what local agencies you're able to reach out to. And we also do the same as sending out the text reminders. This is a new fiscal year. Please remember to apply. You may be eligible. We do it by email and by text. And then we also partner with Salvation Army as well. They do the fuel fund. We have Salvation Army on our end. Also, what I wanted to point out is that for the OHEP funds, although the funds are provided to us from OHEP, from the utility side, what we do is we manage the income of those funds. We apply them across the customers' accounts. We set up any guidelines that we have to adhere to around those funds. They get the energy electric universal service program. So there was a difference last year when it came to how those funds could be applied. So we had to adapt to that piece, and those customers are seeing some different benefits from having that applied throughout the 12-month programs. And I think that's about it.
All right, great.
Thank you.
So this next slide, I don't think we'll dwell on it too long. One thing because we have the Empower program, and we're all very well versed in particularly the new Exelon Utilities Home Performance with Energy Star Moderate Income offering that was recently approved. That is a new offering that we have been approved to offer to the tier above the low income community. But we are still coordinating with DHCD to make sure that the implementation of this offering is satisfactory to both parties. And then just overall, the Exxon utilities through Empower do regularly coordinate with the Department of Housing and Community Development. Obviously, the DHC implements the programs, and then the cost is what the utilities include in their budget overall for those programs that DHCD implements. And then finally, within the budgets that the utilities have for Empower, there's a dedicated DHCD coordination budget, and the Exxon utilities engage with DHCD staff on a monthly basis to discuss how the utilities can promote the DHCD programs.
As far as Mechanist recommendation, Kasha Dana, last name Dana. Good afternoon. As far as Mechanist recommendation, I think what is important here is really setting up a framework and principles before we get into details of possible mechanisms. And I think definition of eligibility is one of them. Exelon utilities support leveraging OHEP's definition for eligibility. This was the way as PUA was defined at the time when the bill was passed, and I think we continue to support this. This, of course, reduces administrative burden and makes things more straightforward for customers. As far as other elements, flexibility. So similar to other proposals that we would bring to the Commission, we think that flexibility here on this topic is also very important. It is really hard to define like one-size-fits-all program. It might come down to gas and electric differences, but also all of the utilities serve different customers in different territories. So it will be very important to define the mechanisms that fit those needs. Also, these differences drive different costs of incentives and discounts, so this should be a consideration. So we would advocate for flexibility in how we would define mechanisms.
A couple other final recommendations that we have here for the Commission. One is that we do believe that the initial offering should be measured, and we believe we really should be thoughtful about how we proceed here. That could include that, whatever rate mechanism was first implemented, there could be a cap on it, a cap at a percentage discount or some other form of a cap. I think we all know that categorical eligibility is still in the early stages of implementation, and there's still some uncertainty around the overall number of customers that would necessarily be impacted by that and find themselves in a position where they might be able to find assistance. So we think it's good to take our time and make sure that whatever we put in place here first is measured. We do believe that whatever is put in place should be limited to the distribution portion of the utility bill, because any utility discounted supply rates or amounts would undercut potentially third-party retail supplier offerings. And we believe that honestly being, at least taking initially the point of being measured in how we approach this does limit the initial risk because of uncertainty of the new program, and allows for time for better understanding and lessons to be learned so that those can be put in place. We don't think that an initial offering needs to necessarily be a once and for all program, that there's really the opportunity to kind of take the learnings that we get from this initial offering, and the Commission could make modifications and expand the offering even if it finds that there's areas of potential opportunity for helping limited income customers more in the future. And to do that, we do believe that it would be best to establish a working group at this point to really develop what those guidelines should look like and the reporting standards. As I said, we think this should be an initial offering and there should be an opportunity for lessons to be learned. And so doing so and putting guidelines in place, but also a process by which those lessons could be gathered. There could be, reporting and a timeline for sort of revisiting this topic, because we also believe that it is a very important one and one that is going to be critical to the success of the energy transition as Maryland continues on our journey here. Thank you. That, I think, concludes our comments here, so we're obviously available for questions.
All right, let me start with a few sort of process logistical questions. Are the billing systems between Pepco DPL and BG&E the same, or are they two unique, different systems?
They are not the same system. They are different systems.
All right, so I may have to ask this for both of you. So right now, your system is set up to handle getting the current programs to provide outside money for the benefit of a customer. So your billing collection adapts that. So do you code it a certain way? I mean, I guess explain to me how the current process works for getting, the LIHEAP grant that the customer gets. How's that applied to their bill?
Yeah, I don't know that I can speak to the, actual IT process inside the billing system for doing that, but generally my understanding is that we would receive a grant that would be tied to a certain, customer account, and that grant is then applied to that customer's account based on logic that's in the system that, is consistent with, commission rules and regulations about how those payments would get applied, right? So the LIHEAP grants, are going to be applied based on that logic, and I honestly don't know off the top of my head exactly what that logic looks like. I don't know if anyone from PHI or BGE could answer.
Hi. Yes, so for the application of the funds, they're coded by the program. So MEEP is coded as MEEP, EUSP is EUSP, arrears as arrears. And how they're applied to the customer's account is based on the policies that have been set forth. So for EUSP, the bulk of it, the customer's bill is $100. They get a $500 grant. $100 is applied. The remaining $400 is spread out over 12 months. The system is set up to accept that logic. The customer, of course, could always ask to have it applied if they get into a position of where they have now accumulated some arrears, and there is our
Applications Technology.
Applications Technology Department, we can work with them and they will apply it in that lump sum.
So both of you talked about how your current process, once the customer is qualified for energy assistance, you can identify it within your system that they're one of these customers because you send out these notices for them to reapply and stuff like that. So what I'm looking for is if we decide to create some limited rate mechanism where in essence you would be charging a different price for certain customers than you charge for the others, I mean, what are you going to have to do to the billing system to make that work? Now, again, if the folks aren't here that know all the stuff, but I guess I'm trying to figure out, is this a really complicated process or just a sort of complicated process?
I think that can depend largely on the, how complex we decide to make the program and the design. The more complex, we design it, the more requirements there would be, the more, kind of time and cost there would be to do the programming in the billing system. I will say largely, I think that most of what we're probably going to be talking about in terms of a limited income rate mechanism will probably require the creation of a new rate class that, these limited income customers who have been identified as such would, be participants in. And that creation of that new rate class is what, would have to be done in the billing system, and then whatever the, kind of requirements are in terms of how we, determine the design of, getting the assistance or the, discount or the credit or whatever it might be is going to determine the rest of, what needs to be done in the billing system.
And I think
That's consistent.
generally true for PEPCO.
That's right. Yes, for PHI, the same process.
And I guess to the extent that we, the government, try to identify who it is that qualifies for this, with that sort of aids in how you figure out, what you got to do to your system to apply it, correct?
Yes, and I think Ms. Carmody made some comments earlier about, sort of trying to make sure that how we define the eligibility of the customers is sort of, consistent. I think, that is one large driver behind our recommendation to use the OHEP eligibility, because that is already something that, our system is able to kind of capture. And so if we can, use that same eligibility criteria, I do think that will, ease the transition to whatever the new limited income rate mechanism would be.
Okay. Oh, and just a heads up to Potomac Edison and WGL will probably want to know the same information from you folks about how your systems work. So, Commissioner Richard.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for your presentation today. And I guess the way I'm approaching this is, I think the presentation, what we're doing now, kind of status quo, I think it's very laudable how you're going about with existing programs and making sure we're trying to do a better job at getting the energy assistance into people's hands. But the approach I'm hearing from various stakeholders is we want to look more toward energy burden. What I've heard today, and we've all heard, is that there are, vulnerable communities. There are the elderly and some of the folks that are kind of always going to be just barely keeping their heads above water. So while in emergency situations, I think the programs we have today are designed to help people get back on their feet and take care of arrears. So I guess I wanted to first, ask you, are you thinking in terms of more, how are we going to begin to systemically take care of the energy burden, and I think, Mr. Frayne, you were kind of touching on that, like, taking incremental steps, but, a lot of your presentation today was really about, we're doing a good job with what we have, but are you thinking seriously about, if we're going to do the PI, the percentage of income type programs, or looking at, new rate designs, it may be the creation of a energy assistance, tariff and maybe rate class to as the chair was talking about, being able to come up with differentiated rates to address energy burden. Is that in your thinking? Because I didn't really see much of that in your presentation today.
Yeah, that's absolutely part of, our thinking, and that is something that we are concerned about. And I do believe that, energy burden is something that needs to be looked at. Energy burden is something that I think we as utilities, we are interested in learning more about. Addressing the causes of energy burden obviously is harder for us in our role as utilities to do, but it's absolutely something that we are concerned about.
And I'll just add, I think to the energy burden question, that is where, we've been very strong supporters, participants, partners in the Empower program and reducing reducing energy usage based off of energy efficiency programs, noting that the Empower savings goal has gone away and now it's a GHG reduction goal, but still working to make sure that those programs are targeting the customers that need to be targeted through our moderate income offering. Obviously, DHCD is charged with the implementation for the limited income population. But to our recommendation about looking at a working group, these are very complex issues that I think we would recommend having all the stakeholders together talking about to really come up with what guidelines would be the best for a rate mechanism, a tariff, some sort of on-bill mechanism, whatever it may be, but having that work group talk through that and then coming to you all with those recommendations, and then from there we can put together more of an implemented strategy.
Okay. Well, and again, Mr. Friend, you talked about really what we're up against, and maybe we're okay now as far as the energy costs in this state, but there are things outside of our control, as you know, in PJM wide. We have a sudden explosion of load that's causing all kinds of new transmission projects to just appear. So we are going to have these challenges. And we also want to move toward electrification, so we can't be leaving people behind. So again, hopefully this is happening in the time frame that we're talking about, these working groups, because I think we again, the reason for this hearing today is to take action, and hopefully not continue to talk about energy burn, because I know since I've been here that has been a concept, but I think hopefully what I'm hearing from the utilities is that you are thinking beyond just the presentation you gave today, but new mechanisms for moving forward.
And I should just mention that I think we are always looking for, innovative ideas and new programs that could benefit customers. You may recall, Commissioner Richard, I'm not sure if any of the other commissioners were here, but a few years ago, BGE had put forth a prepaid metering pilot. It wasn't directly addressing limited income customers only. It was open to all customers, but there were limited income customers who participated, and unfortunately, the pilot, a few months after it started, was when the pandemic actually hit. So the pilot was interrupted, but we are interested in doing a second pilot for that. And there were a lot of benefits that customers who did participate in the pilot saw during the time frame that we did have with it, where there was actually an overall reduction in energy usage. I think it was about 2% that customers saw, and there was a big increase and improvement in the percentage of the bill that the customer was able to pay as well. So we are interested in finding new innovative tools that customers broadly and also limited income customers could use and really help them with the affordability of their bills.
Okay, and the only other concern I have, just I understand the desire for flexibility and staying away from the one size fits all, but we do have these vulnerable populations we heard about today, elderly. There are a lot of similarities too, and so I'd just be interested in your comment. How do we also make sure we have a standard in the states so that we don't have disparities in various parts of the state as to what kind of energy burden is being addressed, what kind of, making sure that we're doing this in a fair manner. So do you see how that would fit into, individual utilities, or, it's persuade me that we don't need to have more of a prescriptive statewide approach.
Well,
and state
I think
standards.
that is one, kind of guideline, right, that could get worked out in a working group that could be recommended to the commission to ensure that there is equity across kind of the utilities. I think the challenge is going to be that there are different customer populations for each utility, so you really have to have those, I think, detailed discussions about what different the impact of different mechanisms might look like in each of the utility territories to ensure that you have an equitable outcome for the program. So I think that is why we're also recommending that it should be put to a working group for those discussions to really happen and bring forth a recommendation to the commission.
Okay, well, thank you again, and yeah, I think my fellow commissioners would like to get in on this, so I will stop here. Thank you.
Commissioner Barbe.
Okay, let's talk about innovative ideas. I brought up the idea of volumetric charges being much more fair and reasonable to low-income individuals than fixed-rate charges on utility bills. And I've seen that some states have actually, and this may have been a legislative action, some states have actually gone so far as to reduce and in some instances eliminate the fixed charge for low-income ratepayers. I'd love for you to comment on that. I mean, personally, I think we should just go to all volumetric charges, which would be administratively very easy to implement because you won't have to, I was about to point up to your chart, you won't have to actually figure out who's low income and who's not low income, and it would be a very quick and easy administrative charge. So that's kind of the far boundary point of what could be done, but there are there are policies in different states that, for example, if you're an LMI ratepayer, you only pay half of the fixed charge. What say you to that?
Well, I think those are things as well that could be discussed in a working group. I'm not sure kind of what the facts and circumstances and situations were in other states necessarily.
Me either.
Where you might have done that. Yeah, but I will say that at least I can speak for BGE. We've looked at low-income customer usage and average low-income customer usage in prior rate cases. We had looked at that because that was something that we wanted to consider when making proposals for changes in fixed customer charges, right? And as you, say, changes to that kind of balance between the fixed customer charge and the volumetric charges could have, unintended consequences potentially for some customer populations. What we found was that there wasn't that large of a difference in the average usage for between low-income customer usage or low-income customers and average non-low-income customers in BGE service territory. I do think that the low-income customers do use a little bit less, on average, but I don't think it's, as large. So it is something that we've looked at, and I think it's something that could be discussed in that working group context.
For sure, the updated analysis could be performed in the work group, I think, based on the new eligibility numbers.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Slushman.
So a little more than 9 months ago, the commission issued a notice of public conference and opportunity for comment, which I'm assuming you've seen. First, we quoted the statute that we were operating under, subject to the approval of the commission. Utilities shall adopt a limited income mechanism to benefit an eligible limited income customer. Then we noted that only, so that had been sort of the law, that provision became law in May of 2021. So this notice was issued at the end of last year, 2023. So we noted that in the 2 years that it had been enacted, only Potomac Edison had filed a proposal. So it's a little disheartening that it took more than 2 years for Potomac Edison to submit their proposal. And then we, the commission initiated the public conference, and utilities that have not done so to date shall file comments on limited income mechanisms for eligible utility customers. And I have to tell you that I was really disappointed when I got your comments in January. They were pretty thin, And basically you said, and kind of in a passive voice said, well, if you're going to do this stuff, you, not us, if you're going to do this stuff, then we want to make sure that there's flexibility and all the things that you noted. That's not what you were told to do in the legislation. That was not what I was expecting. So it had been more than 2 years since the legislation was passed. Nothing from the Exelon utilities. You've been engaged in all other processes. This is a really important issue, and it just kind of like poof went away. And then we said in the notice, I mean, you can tell that I'm not very happy with you right now, because in the notice that came out more than 9 months ago, we noted that you had failed to do what you were supposed to do. Only Potomac Edison submitted a mechanism. We gave you the opportunity to submit a mechanism. We got direct comments from you and reply comments from you, and there was nothing in there. And not only there was nothing in there, but it was a suggestion that the onus was on us to develop a mechanism, and we needed to give you some flexibility. So I guess my question is, what's going on?
Yeah, so I will say, if, our comments came across as, kind of speaking in a voice where we were expecting the commission to do something, and not us, that it was an unintended, and we apologize for that.
Well, I'm not finding limited mechanisms proposed in here. I mean, we're going to hear from others and they've taken the time to come up with mechanisms, and you guys have submitted all kinds of other mechanisms and other. I mean, there were lots of PIMs in the MYP, and it didn't even need to go into great detail. There could have been sort of even a bare bones proposal that we could start from, but there was nothing.
And I think part of that, Commissioner, is that we recognize how complicated this is, and we do think that the right way to approach putting a mechanism in place is to do it through a stakeholder process and discussion to make sure that it's it's done equitably, and that we do it with as much insight and information as we possibly can. I will also say that this conversation is not something that hasn't been happening for a while here in Maryland, and we've certainly been engaged in lots of discussions around different limited income plan options, such as an arrearage management plan or a percentage of income plan. Those have been had for a while, and none of them have really taken root here with the commissioners at the time. So I think that's why we really feel like it's the right thing to do to have a broader proceeding like this, to have the discussion and to make sure that we do put something into place. We take action now. I think that we agree with you that that we need to take action now. And that's why we're saying now that we think that, in order to make sure that something happens sooner rather than later, that we look at doing something in a, measured way right now, but not without, the idea that
your recommendation is for us to send it to a work group. And if we want to take action really quickly, I'm not sure that's the best place, but because you've given us nothing, then we don't have a choice. And do you understand the dilemma that I'm in? Is that by saying it's very complicated and you need to send it to a work group, then you sort of tie our hands, because Ms. Peltier is going to offer us something, and so that's going to be a mechanism, and if that's the only thing that's before us, well, maybe we'll just adopt that. And I'm not sure that that's going to be something that the Exelon utilities are going to be happy with. So I mean, I'm just looking at legislation that tells you you had to do something which you didn't do. So you waited for us to issue a notice to tell you you kind of failed in being responsive to something that clearly the General Assembly thought was important enough to put in legislation. And then, you know, I'm really excited when the comments come in January, and then I look at your comments and there's nothing there. So I'm waiting for the reply comments, and there's still a big nothing. So I think you guys dropped the ball, at least from the way I'm seeing things. And you had an opportunity, and you recognize this is really important. And we gave you 9 months to put something together.
Yeah, we did not intend to, kind of delay this discussion at all. I think that, we made our comments in January in good faith, believing that, this would be the best process to move forward. And we agree that it needs to be done as expeditiously as can be done.
Okay. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So one of the reasons why we're here, as was alluded to, was the passage of legislation. And I remember the time that then Delegate Davis offered the bill, he claimed that part of his rationale was something that PEPCO was being required to do in Washington, D.C. that was similar to this, and he thought if it was good enough there, it'd be good enough here. So I guess any comments on what it is you were doing or are doing in D.C.?
Sure, and I'll give an overview and then rely on Kaja to give a little bit more technical. So what we have in DC is called the RAD program. It's the Residential Aid Discount Program, and that essentially provides customers a discount on the distribution portion of their bill. That has been implemented. I'm not sure how long it's been in. It's been around for a long time, but it is a program that we run and that has been successful in DC. I will then turn to Kaja to give a little bit more technical discussion about it.
Just to confirm, it is a energy charge discount, distribution charge discount to customer who are qualified per, eligibility criteria in the state. So we also rely on DC agency to provide us with the eligible customers. That discount is redesigned every year depending on the participants in the program. It is also, I think, regulated with the legislation. So there's at some point there was a cap on the program just to make sure that there is measurement, but it's been pretty stable the last few years.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Why don't we move on to the second utility group?
All right. The second utility group is comprised of Potomac Edison and SMECO.
Okay, why don't we start with Potomac Edison?
Sure. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. I'm going to go ahead and get all the spellings out of the way now. Jessica Raba, that's R-A-B as in boy A, on behalf of Potomac Edison. With me to my immediate right is Walter Larnard, L-A-R-N-E-R-D, our Manager of Revenue Operations Strategy. And to his right is Michelle Dye, D-Y-E, our Senior Business Analyst. As Commissioner Suchman alluded to, Potomac Edison had filed, as part of its last base rate case application, a proposal for low-income assistance initiatives in accordance with Public Utilities Article Section 4309. The Commission deferred consideration of those proposals until a statewide proceeding could be initiated, which is what we're here for today. Potomac Edison has continued to support its programs as proposed as part of PC59. And we thought today would be a good opportunity to give you a brief overview of what those proposals are and answer any questions you may have. So I'm going to pass it off to Mr. Larnard to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the commissioners. So we did propose two programs in our rate case recently. The first of which was an energy assistance outreach team, consisting of 2 dedicated individuals in our territory to assist customers with education, gaining the knowledge necessary, removing barriers, researching technologies needed to support their quest to get help with their bills. So we think that's very important, and I think we heard earlier today from several of the panels that there are barriers out there, and customers are struggling to find the means to get to some of the assistance. So that's part of the reason we want this team. We asked for this team, not a big team, obviously, but we think 2 people will support our customer base fairly well in Maryland. So some of the other things that the team will do, they'll participate in the assistance fairs. Currently, we don't get to a lot of the assistance fairs that we would like to, but having a dedicated team in place, I think that would allow us to be in the communities more, assisting our agency partners with their needs as well. So not only our customers, but the agencies that are trying to help our customers, we want to support them and give them the tools and resources that they need in removing those barriers that they have when they're assisting the customers, whether that's OHEP or the smaller agencies that are out there trying to help customers. We also want this team to be out there finding additional dollars for our customers. So whether that's dollars we're aware of and we just don't have the capacity right now to intake the applications, or whether that's dollars that we were not aware of that are out there and available to our customers to use to help with their energy burdens. So that's the first program we proposed. The second was a 50% discount program. So we did look at that, and we ran it through at 20% first, actually, and we didn't think that was enough to help our customers with their burdens. So we upped it to 50%, and when you do that with our customer base, and the eligibility requirements we used were the same as they are for every other program in the state of Maryland. So whatever OHEP is currently using to qualify customers, if they qualify for any program, we consider them automatically qualified for the 50% discount that we proposed. And that allows us to not have the burden of that customer having to reapply for a second time for this program. We would automatically enroll them if they qualify, and we're notified that they are in another program that OHEP currently administers for us. When we did that program allowed our customers to see some, not insignificant dollars to their bill, but it's on the distribution charges only, as we talked about before. But it came out to an average with those customers, about 12,800 customers that we had at the time we ran our data that were in programs in the state of Maryland. And the average discount per month came out to just over $13 per customer. Now we proposed it as a 5-month program during the winter heating season. We could absolutely run that out and provide numbers as well on what a 12-month program would look like, and I think we did that in some discovery early on in the rate case, so we can do that as well. But those are the 2 programs that we proposed, and I guess we'll take any questions you might have on our proposals.
Okay. Well, actually, let me go to Smecco, and then we'll come back to both you guys. So.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Hoover, members of the Commission. Damon Krieger on behalf of Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative. I am here with a couple representatives from the cooperative as well, and to the extent questions arise that I can't answer, which is likely to be the case, I will defer to them. One of which is an expert on our CC&B system, and so she will be able to answer some of the questions you asked earlier, Chair Hoover, about the nuances of applying various mechanisms and the time by which to get them completed, which is always the big question.
Sure.
And I apologize, I did not get the memo in terms of Part 1 versus Part 2, although I think my comments are focused on Part 2, and so for the most part. And I'll say, as we stated in our written comments, certainly the need to address our low-income customer members is of significant concern to the cooperative, and it's a growing need. We did try, in I think to the question from Commissioner Richard, we did try to be very action-oriented in our filing, in that we did propose a specific mechanism that could be completed very promptly in order to get the assistance to the customers that need the assistance as rapidly as possible. So we were trying to be very targeted in our approach here. And of course, we did so to Commissioner Sushman's, I think, probing question about timing. We did so in response to the request to make such a proposal, in that we weren't in an active rate case at the time. So we're in a rate case now, so to the extent it didn't come then, it would have likely come now. But there's always the question of single issue rate making and doing these things outside the context of a rate case. And so I think that was probably one of our concerns at the time. But we did try to be very action oriented again and targeted in what we proposed to the Commission in order to get assistance to customers as quickly as possible. And the way in which we sort of stacked our plan was based upon first identifying the unmet need, because one thing we don't want to happen is to displace existing energy assistance programs, which isn't just through OHEP. We do have customers that receive assistance through churches, community groups, county organizations, and so there are a lot of resources that are stacked and benefit customer members. And they may not be what may immediately come to mind. So it's really important to appreciate what that unmet need is, and then target that through whatever mechanism is elected to be implemented, whether it's as we've proposed, a bill crediting mechanism or a limited income targeted rate. And so what we tried to do was to create a sample set based upon existing customer members receiving energy assistance, and try to identify at least an average unmet need, which we targeted at about 25%. The challenge is that given some of the categorical eligibility requirements, rules now, that unmet need is growing. As the eligible participant population grows, the unmet need of those in the program and those that are now eligible to be in the program is going to increase. So that unmet need will go up, that percentage will go up. What we've tried to do is pick a targeted mechanism that we can implement within our existing CCME system in the form of a bill credit. And I think, as you've heard from the other utilities, and I believe some of the other organizations as well, we as a utility, we do not want to be in the income eligibility verification business. That is not our core business. We do not have the resources to do that. But there are existing resources that do have that expertise through the state, and they should be capitalized for purposes of determining eligibility. So it starts there. And then once we are told, at least under our potential proposal, who is eligible to participate, we can then implement a bill credit on the bill. And we do think it should be on a total bill basis. As a practical matter, low-income customer members are on SOS, and it is the total bill that matters, at least from their perspective. And if they're not on SOS, they should be on SOS, at least within SMECO service territory, because that is the lowest rate available. And so, and I think as a practical matter, under existing discussions within the context of third-party energy supply, low-income customers will be on SOS if they're not now. And so it really should be looked upon on a total bill basis. And so we could easily apply a bill credit at a specific denomination. Now, we've staggered a couple options, one of which would be a set bill credit at a fixed amount, $20, $30. We put in, I think, $30 as sort of the average. Or it could be tiered, which could tie to an energy burden calculation. Again, a calculation we think OHEB would be in the best position to perform. And then they could tell us, well, for this customer, they should get the $20 tier, or the $30 tier, or the $40 tier bill credit, and then we would implement it. And our proposal is based upon the winter, the heating season, and that's because, from our perspective, that's the season at which the greatest safety and health risk exists. And so we have our bill credit is proposed for the winter heating season. Now, obviously, to the extent there's an interest in expanding that beyond, it would be at a higher cost, but it would it could be done from a technical standpoint in a similar fashion. I do think it's important to flag the dangers associated with any program like this, at least from the cooperative's perspective. One is which, by having what I'll call an involuntary mandatory program like this, it could displace or lower participation in the voluntary programs that exist. We have a Members Helping Members program, which is a voluntary-based program where customer members are encouraged to provide contributions that can then be dispersed to help customer members in need. Certainly there are other groups, some of which I've mentioned, churches, religious organizations in the community, that also similarly raise funds that can then be used to help their congregation, their constituents. It's very possible that if our customer members are required to effectively provide this involuntary contribution through their bill, that may encourage, or rather discourage, them from providing further contributions to these other organizations that exist within our service territory. So that's just a potential downside. There's only so much money to give, so to speak. And so if you're going to be required to pay more on your bill to what is a subsidized low-income population, you may not have that income available, those extra funds available to donate through other organizations in our community. So again, it's important to just at least identify that potential danger here. So happy to answer any questions, but those are sort of the overarching comments that we wanted to provide to the Commission today.
Well, actually, let me start with PE. Since you proposed a mechanism, I guess some of this has already been figured out. But I mean, what is the changes you'd have to make to the billing system to implement some sort of limited income mechanism?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Of course, my name is Michelle Dye, DYE. We currently have a program in West Virginia now that is a 20% discount program. So it's a very successful program that, again, the Department of Health and Human Resources helps us, determine eligibility for that program. So when we get those applications, of course, they get the $20 or 20% off the rate like he said we proposed. So we already have a program designed. So we were planning on just kind of mimicking that program. So to get this program up and running, if it's approved as we laid it out, we could do that rather quickly because we already have something in place.
And you said SMECO is sort of considering the same thing, so I guess your process is set up to implement something like this rather quickly?
We do, and to the extent you have specific technical nuances, I can invite Ms. Stark to the table.
Sure.
And by the way, I forgot to spell my name, Damon, D-A-M-O-N, Krieger, K-R-I-E-G-E-R. Thank you. Introduce yourself.
Hi, Lynette Stark, L-Y-N-E-T-T-E, Stark, S-T-A-R-K-E. Yes, we could implement that fairly quickly. Right now, we are in the process of upgrading our current CC&B system. So at some point within the near future, there will be a code freeze that will go into place, but it will not take us very long to implement such a mechanism.
Okay. All righty. Commissioner Barvey.
I have no questions.
Commissioner Richard?
Yeah, thank you for your presentation, and yes, I applaud you for bringing us some interesting and innovative mechanism ideas today to advance this this discussion, this conference. Do you think? I mean, you both have provided something, but do you think there would be some value to having some at least standards set, prescriptive standards set as a state to again ensure that we have I guess a minimum requirement and something that would be perceived as fair across the state?
I'm happy to take that first. I think that the prescriptive standard should come in the form of the eligibility requirements to determine who is eligible for the mechanism, and then the mechanism can be tailored to the specific population within the utility. Again, there are going to be differences. We're rural, and I think this goes to a question I think maybe Commissioner Barbe had asked earlier. I can say, with respect to our customer member base, low income does not mean low usage. In fact, just quite the opposite. Oftentimes we find that individuals that are in the low-income population are using more. And so that, when you think of it from an energy burden and opportunity perspective, even greater to address the needs of that population through energy efficiency and other mechanisms, because they do tend, and that could be, and part of that is because they're using inefficient appliances and so on and so forth. They may have electric baseboard heating and they're ramping it up. You know.
And I'm asking this just because if we decide to provide some guidance, I'd like to just kind of hear.
Sure.
Because right now, well, we'll be hearing a number of different and innovative ideas. We may want to provide some, I guess, uniformity. But again, I just like to get your
I think
feedback.
the eligibility again is really the where it starts. It starts and maybe ends to some extent in that you have to define the eligible population, and we think that the rules are already in place. And I think we've heard that from a number of stakeholders through OHEB, through their tiered definitions already in place. And so to the extent that we can design requirements through the commission that capitalize on those existing requirements, those are the prescriptive measures, and then the programs can flow from there. On the work group recommendation, I mean, a work group certainly it could be a viable forum for trying to develop the common rules, but I do think that we're going to have individual ideas that are best suited for our respective customer bases, and we do think for our systems and our population, the bill credit is the easiest to administer at the lowest cost, which is key, because when you talk about a subsidy, you want to keep that subsidy, the cost of administration, as low as possible, because then you're just creating more and more cost to that subsidy, right? So we believe that the cost to administer a bill credit is relatively low. And so that's important. I don't know if that would be the case with another mechanism, whether it's a low-income, rate where you would actually create a new class, a new rate schedule for eligible low-income customers. It could be more, it could be less. I don't know. We do know, because we've done the analysis, that for a bill crediting mechanism, the cost to administer is relatively low. And so that's an important consideration. And I think all the utilities are likely to have similar considerations for the cost to implement the mechanism, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think we would agree with the with most of what you said there, because eligibility is the important part of it. In not having that intake of customer information and maintaining all of that as part of the administrative costs of everything, which helps keep the cost of the program itself down. If we're utilizing something that's already in place to say, hey, these customers are eligible, and we're, like we talked about, doing automatic enrollment, we get notified, hey, they're eligible for this, so go ahead and put them on this. That takes away that extra burden as well, that customer having to do the legwork themselves a second time, right, with us, rather than going a one-stop shop to get everything that's available to them. So, I do agree that there probably should be some guidelines around no matter what we do, but that who maintains that eligibility is one key piece, and who administers it is a key piece to it for us.
Okay. And just one other question. I think Commissioner Suchman laid out very well why we're doing this is because it's a legislative mandate. And so we'd like to, again, pursue this, how we make sure that we have, the universal availability to all customers, however their income status is. Is there a way to that you've considered we can bring in other sources of funding for this, and because you were talking about how you do have voluntary funds coming in, and there may be a desire to partially fund this through other maybe state sources. Would your proposals allow for outside revenue sources, I guess I'll call them revenue sources, to help
subsidize this?
I think from our standpoint, that we did ask for it to be funded in our rate case, obviously.
Okay.
However, I mean, if there were other funds available that could be put into that, because again, we did it. We calculated our budget for this based on, the customers we know about today that are, confirmed low income, I guess we'll call it for lack of a better term. But, knowing that with other things that are coming into play here in the near future, those numbers could go up significantly, meaning that budget could go up significantly if they enroll in the program. So, I mean, we would be open to, discussing that and talking about what other funds we, could be available for this, and we would support, if there were other funds to come in, I think we could support bringing in additional funds to support it that weren't ratepayer fund.
Yeah, no, I think it would be desirable. We've heard from OPC to look beyond just other ratepayers funding this, but rather look to maybe funding sources that might be private or from state.
Yeah, I think the same would be true with respect to SMECO, in the sense that we do have a mechanism, as I mentioned earlier, members helping members, which is an opportunity for customer members to provide funds, and I believe other utilities have a similar type of mechanism voluntarily that can then be dispersed to individuals in need. And so we could effectively use that to the extent extra money comes in through other sources, and then administer in a similar manner as the need arises. And again, I think it's really important to vocalize that every case is unique, and you have to tailor the response to the particular customer. As a cooperative, we're only about the customer, and so through our interactions directly with the customer, through the contact center and other communication vehicles, we try to tailor our response to the individual customer, and that's why the flexibility in administering a fund like Members Helping Member is valuable. And to the extent there are other state, federal, local, charitable, private organization, whatever it may be, resources that can come into that pool and be administered in a similar manner, that would be great. Alternatively, we do have OHEB, we do have state agencies that have expertise in this area and could help partner with us in terms of the administration.
Yeah, we do have other programs too that in Maryland, but we have what we call the Add a Buck program that we put out to customers to have them round up their bill or do whatever to donate funds to help other customers as well. So that could be an option, something of that nature as well.
Great. Well, thank you very much, and I appreciate your thoughtful proposals. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Fleischman.
So very quickly, so it sounds like in terms of eligibility, both of you would agree that OHAP, sort of looking to OHAP to determine eligibility, just takes the issue off the table for you, and that could be done statewide. There's no reason why that couldn't. And then perhaps you're raising the issue of making adjustments to the distribution charge. Could also, I mean, that doesn't necessarily have to be a statewide approach, but it certainly could be an approach that helps to avoid the issue of retail electric suppliers and how you deal with that as well. So that could be something that we look to as well. So let me just ask you about the two people that you've identified. This is not in place right now.
Correct.
Okay, but it is something that you were thinking about, and you heard earlier about the sort of the concerns about being able to engage with people who don't speak English. So are you thinking? I don't know if that's an issue as much in Western Maryland. So are you thinking about making sure that maybe one of them speaks Spanish, or is that something that you think is not going to be as much an issue in Western Maryland?
We did talk about that, and we considered the need, and we actually we do have these teams being formulated in some of our other jurisdictions they're new. Positions haven't been filled yet. However, when we did the job postings, we did list it as a preference.
Okay.
We didn't make it mandatory because we really didn't want to limit the pool of experienced people.
Right.
But we did consider it, and it is something we're also considering in other areas too, as to how we put out messaging and things like that as
Right.
well. So yeah, it's under consideration to say, if we can find somebody, that'd be great, but we're not going to make it mandatory at this point.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for your proposals. They're appreciated.
And Commissioner Sussman, I'll just say, so we have an interpreter service on board at SMECO, and so predominantly it's Spanish speaking because that's where the need is among our customer member base, but there is opportunities for other languages as well to the extent that need arises.
So the West Virginia program, that's actually covered in rates, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So, alrighty, that's all my questions. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, up next will be Columbia Gas and Washington Gas.
Does that work for you? Yeah. Okay. All right. I want you to be here for the other people. I want you to be here to hear the others. That's why we stopped. Yeah. No. All right. So, why don't we start with Washington Gas, and then with Columbia, we'll go in reverse alphabetical order.
Good evening, Spencer Nichols on behalf of Washington Gas, SPENCERNICHOLS. With me is my colleague Andrew Lawson, that's ANDREWLAWSON. Our comments are not, I don't think we have anything to add beyond what we've already submitted in our written comments. Essentially, we are proposing to model a program in Maryland after the program that we already have implemented in DC. It's called the Residential Essential Services Program, and it's similar to, I think, exactly what PEPCO represented with respect to their RAD program. I think essentially it is a credit related to the customer's distribution charge, and it runs through, and we propose that it runs through the winter heating season. The only other comment I think we would make before opening up for questions is that while Washington Gas, of course, supports mechanisms that benefit low-income customers and keeps them safe during the winter heating season, as it does through its DC program, I think we would submit that PUA 4-309 does not necessarily direct the Commission to focus on high-consumption, high-income customers as a means to fund utility expenses of low-income customers, as OPC suggests. Washington Gas would agree with OPC that mandated wealth transfers, as OPC has used that term, should be executed through the legislature, and it should be through the state's taxation authority, not the utility regulator, and especially not through the utilities themselves. Of the issues with OPC's proposal, perhaps the clearest issue is that there is just no way utility companies will be able to accurately identify its quote-unquote wealthy customers, especially not by making assumptions based on the size of the customer's home or the zip code they live in. So to the extent the Commission decides to further investigate OPC's proposal, it should open a full evidentiary process that provides stakeholders with an opportunity to respond in writing and require specific and realistic plans to support those recommendations. And in response to your specific question, Mr. Chair, we don't have the details of what it would actually take to implement different rate classes within a particular, for example, residential class. Suffice to say, to the extent the company is not required to verify income, it would be a challenge classifying different customers, receiving info, managing the transition of that info as customers come on and off that list, and then mapping those customers in our system.
But you currently do this in DC, right? Or some variation of this.
Yes, and to the extent that we end up with a mechanism that's similar to what we do in DC, may get myself in trouble with my billing people, but I think it could be a relatively straightforward implementation. If we start implementing a tiered mechanism, I'd be a little out over my skis to tell you it would be easy, but it's certainly doable. And I might, if I might, if Spencer's done, I might add a couple more points, because I know two commissioners.
Oh, actually, I need you to spell your name for.
I'm sorry, I thought Andrew Lawson, LAWSON.
Yeah, okay.
A little bit of just background on how we got where we are and the structure of our RES program in DC. This was implemented around 7 to 8 years ago, originally at a level of 50% discount on the customer charge and the volumetric charge during the winter heating season, so which would be November to March. In our 2 rate cases ago, around 3 years ago, we upped the level of discount to 100% of the customer charge and 100% of the distribution charge during that same period. And that really targeted a discount rate of about 50% of the customer's total bill during that period. You still have your commodity charges, your taxes, and surcharges. I did want to address Commissioner Barvey's earlier question, and it was an interesting thought experiment, and we can talk about that together, about volumetric charges and possibly eliminating fixed charges. The one thing you'd want to be careful about eliminating fixed charges is that if you look at a Washington gas bill, the vast majority of the customer payments occur, it's like a bell, right? The bills are occurring during that November to March period. What the fixed charge does serve, to some extent, to spread that revenue requirement over the full year, right, where their charges are not going to be as high. If I eliminate all those fixed charges, that squeezes that revenue requirement into a tighter space. So I get that. I get that sentiment. It's just something we would want to be aware of.
Thank you.
Commissioner Richard, I think you might ask this when you asked about rate design mechanisms. I think Smeko touched on this. I do think this low-income mechanism is the rate design mechanism. I think it would be simpler and more straightforward to implement it that way rather than moving customers in and out of rate classes. And I think ahead to doing our next rate case when we look at test year data, who was in, who was out, and then how that moves into future years. I think the res style bill credit has proven that it can be there for the longer term in DC. Finally, as far as
Yeah,
level,
thank you for the answer to that question. Thank you.
finally, as far as the level of the discount, I think that's one place where we really want input from the commission and stakeholders. Right? I don't know that the utility is the best positioned to determine the financial need of our most vulnerable customers. We certainly can make recommendations, but we welcome the feedback on that. And then last, as far as like standardization, right? That's one I've heard from everyone. As far as a statewide program, I think we at least would want income eligibility to be determined differently based on your location in the state. I don't think it's a stretch to say, someone of a similar income who lives in Montgomery County may have a larger need than someone of the same income, in Columbia service territory. So I would hope that there would be some differentiation there. And any questions you have?
Okay, actually, let me turn to Columbia and then we'll come back to you guys.
Okay. Hi, good evening. Nicole Poloni, Director of Rates and Regulatory Affairs, PALONEY for Columbia Gas of Maryland.
Good afternoon, Candace Tinello. I'm Senior Counsel with Columbia Gas of Maryland. Candace is CANDIS. Tinello, T is in Tom, UNILO.
And my name is Deb Davis. Last name is DAVIS. I am the Manager of Universal Services for Columbia Gas and appreciate the opportunity to comment today. Consistent with our comments Columbia filed in February, we do believe the programs and payment plans currently offered to our low-income customers are sufficient to satisfy the needs of these customers without overburdening those paying for the program. Columbia's low-income customers we're referring them to the MEET program and to USPP. We also have a low-income energy efficiency program, which we operate year-round, as well as a hardship fund, which I will talk about the hardship fund in a couple of minutes. But to explain, just to give some context, we consider anyone that receives a MEET grant as an identified low-income customer, and we receive on average around 2,800. So our service territory is smaller than the others. At this time, right now, we have 215 low-income customers that have arrears. They're not necessarily in threat of termination. A lot of them, most of them, are on current payment plans, and they're just carrying balances, which the MEEP grants will probably help to alleviate that. Columbia's Hardship Fund provides grants up to $500 to help with arrears. When the MEEP program closed unexpectedly last year, we used the Hardship Fund to kind of make up that and to help the balance. We reached out to our community-based agencies in our 3 counties and worked very closely with them on a one-on-one, case-by-case basis to resolve those issues for those customers that were in need and in a crisis. And we have found that very a positive experience and have found it very successful to us. While the company continues to support a utility-specific solution to low-income payment issues, we do not believe any additional assistance is needed for Columbia customers based on our experience over the past year and with our history. However, we did propose a arrears management program, which would strictly be MEEP eligible customers that receive the grants and looking at their arrears and sort of freezing them, offering a monthly credit for 12 months until that arrears is down to 0. Because we'd already have that list of customers, we would be literally posting a credit based on positive payment behavior every month. And so we had a finite amount. It wouldn't be as costly as some of the other programs we could offer. Based on what we were looking at when we proposed this, it was going to be around $50,000 in benefits and relatively inexpensive to operate. In addition, we looked at a statewide low-income program where we were actually looking up accounts and verifying eligibility, which is a very expensive proposition for us. And that would increase our cost to about $192,000. Those 215 low-income customers' current balance, and again, they're not all, that's just money owed, is $140,000 total. So we, as much as we want to help our customers and we are happy with what we're doing now, we have to be very cognizant of any money that's going to be spent to alleviate one burden and create another for those that are paying for the bill. If I may, there were a couple of questions that came up earlier that I'd like to address. Sure. Just one point about, we currently do not share customer usage or data that without their consent to anyone. So that would certainly be a hurdle that we would have to overcome if we're talking about sharing data from our customer records. And in addition, the question was raised, what can the commission do to promote energy efficiency programs? And we know from experience, we struggle, we've been here before you, to say that we're having a hard time getting our customers to sign up for the energy efficiency programs. And we believe that, as you pointed out, a stick sometimes is unfortunately what we need versus a carrot. And requiring people that are already on a discounted program to at least accept a free energy audit would go a long way in encouraging energy efficiency. And I think those are all my comments. We're happy to answer questions.
Okay, just one quick question for me, just for you. Does Columbia operate any program like this in any of your other states?
Yes.
And if so, which ones and what is it?
Yes, so we operate a what we call a customer assistance program in Pennsylvania. It is a payment subsidized plan. It is currently at 4% and 6% of energy burden. It is, or I should say it will be. It's going to be rolled out. Currently it's higher than that. We're going down to 4 and 6 on November 1st. It is a company specific program, but it's based on commission guidelines and must be approved by the commission before it's rolled out.
Okay.
There's also an Ohio program, but I'm not familiar with
no,
that.
it's fine. So, Commissioner Barbie.
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Sushman.
So the stick we just talked about, is that do we need to give you the stick or permission to use the stick, or can you put your own stick in place?
I don't know that answer. I would like to have the stick. In Pennsylvania, we do require those CAP customers to get or at least take the free energy audit.
Right.
And in many times, that is the only way we get into the home.
Well, and I mean, and I think that's really an interesting idea because to the extent that the arrearages are caused in part by an inefficient use of gas, to the extent that you can identify that through an audit, seems to be a very sort of sensible way of trying to identify what the problem is, if it's an energy burden issue because they're using too much gas, or if there's an economic issue dealing with the ratepayer. To the extent that you feel like you need sort of help from us, maybe you want to come back and visit us. And, that's very interesting. So the REST program. What's been what results are you seeing from the implementation of the program in DC?
Fewer turnoffs. Customers are still in arrears. They're still struggling to pay their bills. I mean, we don't, as generous as the program is, right, on the distribution side, that stack of bills issue that was raised in part one is still there. But it does help keep customers on. We also have paired with that. I know we didn't talk about this originally, but we have an arrearage management program in the district that operates similar to what was discussed earlier, where on-time payments over the course of 12 months can eliminate those arrearages. So it's really a paired mechanism between those two things now. Again, keeping customers on longer, but not eliminating the arrearage.
Okay, so the arrearage pairing, is that something that you would need to get permission from us to do?
We would.
Okay.
We would, and that's not what we proposed, in our comments, but something we could look at and consider.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the question was asked and answered about the RES program and your success with it. Just a quick question. You have a policy. Is it true that while WGL has a policy, you don't disconnect customers in the winter anyway?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. And for Columbia, is that a similar policy for your company, that you just don't do disconnections?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so given the fact that it's actually 5:30 and I want to actually spend a fair amount of time on the specific proposals, I think we're going to call an end to the proceeding today, and we'll come back at another date. I do intend on inviting the folks from OHEP to come, because we got some questions that came up today that probably they can ask, sort of similar to the questions that we asked the folks from DHCD. So we will try to work with folks to find a date soon so that we can examine the rest of the proposals. And with that, we're adjourned for the day.